for this? Are you ready for this? To change the system, it's part of revolution. Are you ready to fight? To rebuild this?
Hello everyone and welcome back to the PUBG Mobile Pro League Africa Spring 2023 season. Of course, we are getting ready to set our feet right here into our second phase. As we saw, the first phase already getting off to an absolutely impressive start. But as we know, it is time for action yet again, and you're joining me, myself, DK, on the desk here with Grounds. I know last week I did mess that up. I called myself Grounds and I called you DK. But either which way, welcome Grounds, aka DK.
Crowns, I'm doing all right today. I'm pumped. I need to stop saying I'm pumped, but I'm always pumped because I mean this is now phase 2 of the PMPL Africa, which means this is pretty much that phase where you have to start reconstructing and getting yourself back up.
Yes, sir. And of course, we are starting the map rotations all over again. Going to be kicking off with that very first day. Of course, the new addition coming into the second week is that we are going to be changing up our group order. So we'll be discussing that a little bit later on once we get to that point. But of course, for our viewers, we are going to be just reminding them as to what the format and all the other lovely parts of this event is. So the first things first. Of course, we are going to be starting off with the format itself to show you where we are and where we are going. Of course, we are still currently in that league stage on phase number 2. All 20 teams are going to be competing here. Not a single super weekend in sight. And at the end of the league stage, our top 16 teams will advancing up in towards the finals. But of course, as we know, stepping into the finals, they're going to have a nice little bit of a helping coming through from the bonus points.
Yep, they'll be getting that little bit of a head start to get things started. And we already see some of those teams gathering that head starts that they need, of which they'll be heading into the finals, playing 3 days of play, and it's going to be 6 games per day, where we start to see the top teams advance to the regional championships, which we know it starts to get spicy from there on out.
Oh, yes, it's going to be quite exciting to see who is going to be making it to there. But of course, as we know, in order for teams to solidify their positionings on these overall rankings as well as the daily rankings, they are going to be utilizing our new point system that we saw come through at the start of 2023. So let's take a little bit of a look at that. Of course, we know in the previous seasons it was 15 points for pole position. This time around, it is only 10 points. And if you place outside of that 8th place, it's not going to be worth a single placement point, but you can still make up for that by securing yourself those glorious eliminations, which is still worth 1 point. But as we've been discussing this in passing over the past few days, this new point system definitely does allow the teams to really capitalize on the aggression more so than what they were able to do on the previous system.
Yeah, and that's one thing that we've been telling teams to try to focus on, because so far so good. We only see a couple of teams that are able to breach that aggression, right, and show us that they're able to play very aggressively. And one thing we know, if you're not getting those points from eliminations, it just means you're not going to be getting many points towards the day. So which means if you finish up in the top, say somewhere in second or third place, and you do not have yet as much eliminations to balance it out, you're definitely not going to be having many points to put up on the overall leaderboards.
Yeah, it's not going to be a good day at the office, but of course, what also adds to the pressure here is securing a good finishing slot moving to the end of the week, because that's where those bonus points are then awarded. As we know, the team that finishes up the top for the week gets those 20 points, and the team that ends at the bottom, they're going to be accumulating that one single point. So definitely the teams like to try and bring as much of these points through, and we're curious to see if any team will be able to secure the maximum available points. We know there's 80 points. That is the most that one particular team can accrue throughout this entire league stage.
Yep, and we already even saw Triple Esports getting started, getting that last week's 20 points for bonus, and man, they did it in such iconic manner. We look forward, just like the poster said, can Triple Esports defend their throne? And I'm really looking forward to see if this season will be that season where we'd actually see a team gather the bonus points from the beginning till the end.
Yep, it is going to be a very, very exciting one to see how that one is going to be unfolding or rather unraveling as the teams step out onto the battlefield and just show us what they have kind of decided to bring through into the second phase. But of course, aside from all the points that these teams are playing for, they're also then playing for their share of the overall prize pool. As we know, there is quite a bit of a breakdown as to what these teams will be allocated for their different placements and different positioning. Of course, in the league stage itself, all the teams are going to be picking up the exact same amount, right? Every team will be awarded $1,300. The MVP, of course, accumulating that additional 1,000. And as we saw with all the Vikendi action that's going to be coming through, there's an additional $1,000 up for grabs.
Yeah, and this is just something I really like about the way this PMPL is structured because you play to get bonus points, right? Which means you play normally, you get points, but then at the end of the day, you get bonus points if you play better, right? And now if you play well in the league stage, you will get points, but if you're able to make it straight to the finals, or sorry, you get some money. And when you make it all the way to the finals, it's just extra money going through for you. So which means the teams would have that extra money to add to that $1,300 cushion. And I mean, I'm looking at first place. If you're finishing in first place, I don't want to do the math, DK, because this money is actually looking like a lot.
Yeah, it's a very decent positioning, and as you've said it before as well, there's a $2,000 drop between that first and second place. So it is going to be a very sad spot for the team in second place, but the rest of the teams coming up right behind them still very much contentious with it when it comes to that breakdown. So if they're not happy with that, they can definitely look to bring in a bit of a change, right? And the only way to do that is to step up the performances coming through this league stage. But as we know, we've been talking about that Vikendi rewards being a factor coming through in towards this season, right? Last season we had that game number 6 being Vikendi, Livik rather, and now as we ventured over in towards Vikendi, we do have a breakdown for that as well, right? We got a little bit of opportunity for some of that crossbow action coming through for the Robin Hood. We got the look at my style. We got the one-man army, and then of course I think a very exciting one, the viewer's choice, alongside the focus on elims.
Yep, and these are the things that we're looking forward to seeing. And one thing that we also, because I see a lot of people are like, what's the Vikendi match really doing? I'll put it in context for you. Last week we did see some of the teams not have as much points, but going into that Vikendi kind of gives you more points to catch up. We're looking at the likes of VISTA gaming. They didn't have the most of points heading into that Vikendi game, but after the Vikendi game, they were able to get themselves on even points, with the likes there of Arab Golden Esports. So yeah, Vikendi, you're not just fighting to get those points, you're also fighting to be getting some of these beautiful individual awards and also, maybe team awards coming through out here.
Yeah, and I mean, also we saw through the Vikendi map is it allows our top 12 teams just to solidify their footing within that region, right? Making it so much more challenging for the teams sitting from 13th position further down to close that gap and catch up and secure themselves a position moving in towards the next potential Vikendi map as well. So I want to see what these teams are going to be bringing through, how they're going to be looking to step up their performances, and what surprises could be just around, well, just on the horizon.
Yeah, and those surprises is what we're looking forward to seeing. I mean, that is pretty much what we enjoy the most from the tournaments. But speaking about the tournaments, we've been talking about phase, and you're wondering, we'll be showing you the calendar to let you know exactly where we sit right now so you can put it up on your side and see exactly what is going. We already did have our phase 1 last week, which ended on Sunday. The teams were able to get that 1 day of break yesterday and straight back into the action with new groups, going into this next phase. We're currently in phase 2.
Yep, and of course it is going to be a very sweaty phase because the teams already now have had that ice breaking opportunity. That's what in my opinion, kind of the first phase is, right? The teams
Mhm.
getting into the swing of things, figuring out what their momentum kind of needs to be to push through the remaining 2 weeks. And this is where I think, especially the start here for today, is going to be where we're going to see quite a bit of a change up in the approach of our respective teams, right? They know what's up for grabs, what is available, and I'm curious to see just how they're going to be utilizing these opportunities.
Yeah, we did say and emphasize last week on getting used to how you're playing, right? And getting familiarized with with the way the team is going. And adaptation was also something we spoke about going through last week. And this calendar and this phase actually does challenge that a whole lot. We see the group switching every week, which means whatever things you thought you learned last week, you'd have to learn more. You have to know the rotation of all the teams and how you're going to be playing, especially when we start to look at how you're going to land and how the rotations will be going through.
Yeah, and it's going to be a little bit of heat, a little bit of pressure come in towards that user split that we will be experiencing within the second phase. But unfortunately, we do have a little bit of a gremlin that crept in, so we can't exactly show you the groups just yet, but we can name them out for you. So we've got Group A is going to consist of Mo Esports, TEAMLAG, Triple Esports, as well as URUS Esports. A little bit of adjustment coming through on that one. Over in B, we got the players from Blackjack Esports, we've got Titan Gaming, we got the Vampires, as well as VISTA. Then over in C, we have the Arab Golden Esport team, we've got Black Hand, as well as Smash Team and Team Ra'ad. And then, of course, Group D consists of RUKH Esports, the World of Battle, Timeout Clan, and Wave. And that then only means our final four teams are going to be CRYPTICS, as well as GREEDYFORKILLS, the Mind Weapon, and of course the Virtual Gaming Squad. So those last four teams that I just named. Those are also then going to be the teams that are going to be sitting it out on our very first map.
Yep, our very first map, we'll be seeing CRYPTICS, GREEDYFORKILLS, the Mind Weapon, and Virtual Gaming Squad sitting that one out. And I'm looking at the way these groups are set up, and I'm pretty sure if there are two teams that will be glad that they're not close to each other or they're not in the same group anymore, it's going to be URUS and the Vampires. We did see them have a whole lot of trouble going into last week's games, and now going into this week, and they're not going to be together. That does reduce the chances that they will meet each other again on the maps of Miramar.
Well, there's only one way to find out, but of course, we'd love to use this opportunity now to remind our viewers of the new RP. RP for month 21 is now available, so be sure to check out the video to see the highlight moments of the Blaster Tank, the Dark Rain set, and the Gram High set. So let's take a look. Well, there we go. Some really exciting looking skins coming through on that one. But of course, we also want to use this opportunity to give a big shout out to Monster Energy, our official drink partner for the PUBG Mobile Pro Leagues. And we really appreciate their contribution to making this event a possibility. But Grounds, we are now inching our way ever closer to getting into that very first match. Of course, we are going to be venturing over in towards the glorious Erangel. But I think we also need to take a bit of a look and see where the teams are situated coming into this week and how much work they need to be able to do. Because as we saw, right, and you've already mentioned this, that there are a few teams that we want to see that improvement come through now moving into phase two.
Yeah, definitely. There are a lot of those teams, or quite a couple of those teams that we want to see. And number one that we would always mention would be this idea of Moe Sports. We didn't really see them show us exactly what they've got going into last week's game, and you definitely see it on the overall rankings that will be up on the screen right now. They didn't do too well, but when we're looking at the top of the leaderboards, we did say like the leaderboards do reset every week, but the leaderboard still stays at the same time. Because at the end, the overall leaderboards will be used to allocate some 20 to allocate the bonus points.
Yeah, that is what we are going to be looking at here. And I got to say, for triple, I mean, 6 winner chicken dinners. We saw 3 of those coming through on the very last day, right? 2 back-to-back chickens. Also, then game number 5 going over towards them as well. I'm curious to see what triple is going to be bringing through, whether or not they'll just be pushing that lead even more so. But we were talking about this a little bit off camera as well, right? The teams within that top 4 pretty much solidified for the time being as to where they are situated, right? Fifth and sixth place, I'm expecting to see a little bit of a change, but it's also not out of the realm of possibility for CRYPTICS to very comfortably catch up with RUKH Esports and then go beyond to look to contest a bit of a position moving into that top 3. But then as we take a look from that 7th place, that is where we see another bit of a gap starting to develop. And of course, the trend continues over on towards the second page. So we can call it almost like a three-way split coming through between our teams, right? We got the top teams in those highest ranking positions, then we got the middle of the board, and then of course the teams just below that. And I'm expecting a lot of shifting to come through, especially in this midsection.
Yeah, definitely. We'll be seeing that much of a jumping up and down, going through from that 10th position down to 16. And even if we continue to look down the bottom, and like you were saying, the teams up the top, now is the time where they could just, I feel like they set themselves up to such a good start that they could actually relax a little bit. But my
Mm.
emphasis is on a little bit because we did see RUKH Esports not quite showing us so much. They were relenting last week, and that actually did cost them their top one finish. We saw them going down to that fourth page. So I'm looking forward to seeing how all of these teams do. Ra'ad did have a good standing going into
Mm.
the end of last week. So I keep my eye out on Ra'ad Esports going into today's games and even this phase to see how it's going to go. And let's go over to that last page and start to see those teams that need to put in the extra effort in every single game this week in order to be able to catch up to the rest of these teams going to the end of the phase.
Yeah, as we know, Timeout Esports and the Mind Weapon, both teams currently sitting on 77 points apiece. So there's nothing really separating 17th and 16th place. But there is a little bit of a drop off as we move over towards Smash Team. But for this phase, we want to see Mo Esports and Vampires just rise to the occasion, right? Really solidify that approach a lot more so and start making their way up, potentially first to the top of the third page and then venturing over into that second page.
Yeah, definitely something that I need to really happen. I mean, Vampires Esports, we did see them play sometimes a little bit good yes last week, and same thing can be said about Smash Team. And I feel like Smash Team,
Mm.
they actually did show us that they know how to play gatekeepers, right? But at the end of the day, you cannot play gatekeepers all the time. We'd always see the gatekeepers being gate kept, which happened quite a few times last week. So I'm looking forward to seeing, all of these risks and all of these mistakes being mitigated coming through by all of these teams.
Yeah, there's definitely going to be a lot on the table for these teams to try and rectify as they move forward. Because also, as we've mentioned, moving into today, there has been a bit of change up with the group. Well, the grouping of the teams rather, but the map rotation is going to be exactly the same as we had on our very first day on phase one. So we'll be hopping into that momentarily just to show you what that map rotation for today is going to be. But as we saw, right, day one, day five, the very balanced map rotations. It's once we venture into day four and day two where we see that more Erangel and Miramar heavy days. But of course, today is going to be a glorious Erangel Miramar Sanhok play through with that Miramar and Erangel just coming in to close off today as well.
Yeah, definitely we'll be putting the vegetable in the middle of the sandwich today as we will be having Sanhok right in the middle of teams with Group C sitting that one out. And I'm pretty sure these teams will be thankful that there is no day where they would get to see a Sanhok every day, because those are the days that I'm pretty sure they wouldn't really like how it goes.
Yeah, I think that would make for a very, very interesting day. Also, a relatively short day because, as we know, Sanox they don't last all too long. So we gotta keep the suspense alive with the teams making their way on through. But I'm curious to see what our teams are going to be bringing out. Of course, game number one it will be Group E sitting out. Group D will be sitting out for our second match, and we continue kind of rinse and repeat that through. Right, Group C then sits out B as well as Group A, finishing off their day over in match number four, and then it's all down to B, C, and E to show us what they can bring in the last little bit of a shuffle here.
Yeah, and this is something that I'm looking forward to seeing how these teams will play. We always say that the first game of the day would be that pace setter, right? And going into Erangel, which would always expect to be that balance map because everybody pretty much knows about Erangel, knows how Erangel goes. It might just set the pattern for these teams. But at the end of the day, in this PMPL, as much as we feel like Sanhok is that small game, these teams actually make Sanhok look like a very long game. Because I mean, pretty much many of the matches we played last week, we actually see it
Mm.
come down to the final zone, and we don't even see that so often in Sanhok.
Yeah, that is a very interesting dynamic that we've had, right? The team's able to slow down the quickest map and speed up the longest map. So Miramar also then usually gets turned over relatively quickly as the teams get right down to business. But an interesting thing that we also see is Erangel kind of sits in that middle point, right? It doesn't go too fast, it doesn't go too slow. It finds itself in what we could almost call like a Goldilocks zone. So curious to see how the teams are going to be looking to improve on their Goldilocks stats as they have the opportunity to get the ball running right off of the bat, moving into our very first game here. But of course, it's that time, right? What are we looking for when it comes to, let's say, flight path for our very first map? We've had a few different approaches when it comes to Wrangle, but are we looking for an easy one or do we want to see a challenging start?
Challenging start definitely, because I mean this is phase two. There is no time to joke around. We want to see these teams get battle up, to know who the best is. And I'm saying battle because we've seen week one was a little bit chill. Week two, this time we want to see the challenges. We want to see all of these teams get very uncomfortable. You can't be playing in your comfort zone anymore. So I want to see all of these teams battle it out. I want to see the crucial zones, like a very wicked zone. And I mean, I feel like we got a fair amount of military based zones last week. So maybe this time I'm gonna chill on the military island zones, maybe something else different. But Chinky Hill maybe.
Ooh, or even something all the way up on towards those northern edges. I mean, that could also make for a very interesting play as well. But I gotta say, yes, Pachinki Hill, that always proves to be quite a challenging position for these teams to find themselves in. And of course, already we do have the players there from Triple just breaking off, heading down into their usual location. Vampires also going into what we know them to move towards. But yeah, that southern slight bit of security coming through. The players there from Timeout, Wave, all looking to get themselves situated. And it does seem like that could potentially be the players from Blackjack also now heading over towards the Nova Crates.
Yeah, and this is actually surprising, seeing this amount of teams on the southern side, because I know the play zone, sorry, the playing path is not the best, but I would have expected something different, a little bit more dynamic play coming through from all of these teams. But it does look like we'll be getting a couple of hot drops. Blackjack just using that opportunity to jump off. I feel like they'll be going all the way to Muta Power to search for vehicles, and that is pretty much a nice play coming through from them. We do see that zone being not the nicest, as it does go over to that western side of the map.
Yeah, I mean, it's definitely not nice for the teams, but it's going to be an absolutely jam-packed opportunity for us and the viewers to see what these teams are going to be bringing to the table here. Up comes Hazem. Oh, goes off with a little bit of a shot there. That is Paradox down, and Mo Esports right out of the gate, not finding themselves in the most opportune position. They still have 3 left, but I want to see what Mo's going to do to change things up this time round. Are we going to see Mo Esports kind of stick to that early game spread, or are they going to be looking to condense it a little bit faster for this phase?
I thought we talked about this more esports. Try to change the split, a little bit. I feel like they did change the split up, but mistakes happen. This is going to be the first one. They did find themselves landing with 3 players of the World of Battle. They do have players more spread out. Still surprised to see that they've not really or they've not fully committed to that Gatkar area of the map just yet, given that we've not really seen any team decide to land over in Gatkar. So I feel like this is pretty much teams telling Mo Esports that, hey, Gatkar, but Mo Esports is like, no, Ruins. And it's like, okay, Ruins is not working out. You might want to try something different.
Yeah, I just want to see Mo find that location that works exceptionally well for them. I mean, that's what we want for all our respective teams. As we know, some of them already have been able to secure those spots. Others are still working on it. But in the meanwhile, you see the players here from Arab Golden now just looking to expand themselves outwards a little bit more, going about their business towards the shelter territory. And it's interesting to see so many teams sticking to their loot locations over on the eastern side. I mean, they still have a bit of time left until that blue zone starts. I'm curious to see where they're going to look to move towards this western side.
Yeah, I really want to see how these rotations would come through, because as we know, when we start to look at our western zone, we know like the hills, the high ground advantage positions are usually closer to the shorelines or somewhere close to the center of the circle, right? And there is kind of like a limited supply of those. So you want to actually see if you can make it into the circle. I mean, I wouldn't call it limited supply that well, but if a team makes it to the high ground before you, you're pretty much shooting practice to them as you try to make your way up the hill.
Yeah, it's definitely an advantage to try and play for to get yourself situated on any of these elevated positions. It does seem like Vampires already looking to bring in a little bit of that change up, as we do see Yazan starting to venture forward. Meanwhile, looking at the players here from URUS, I mean, they are pretty close to finding themselves in a little bit of an uncomfortable position, but nothing all too troubling just yet. It does seem like Vampires have decided to just relinquish a little bit of that pressure and just give them a little bit more breathing room.
Yeah, and speaking of breathing room, the guys there from Mo Esports have a whole lot of it, holding that split on that northeastern side of the circle. Hopefully, it does play out well for them. Keeping our eyes right now on the side there of RUKH Esports, we saw them actually show a very great start to the week last week, and very poor end going into the end of things last week. So I'm really hoping that that poor end stopped on Friday, or sorry, on Sunday, and this week they're looking to get onto that form that we know them to have.
I mean, an increase in form is always a good thing to be having. I mean, looking at the statistics that we have from our respective teams from just last week, we could look at the average amount of eliminations that they were able to secure and everything that they've been playing out with that. Definitely out of the teams that we've got on the board, I mean, we've got Triple and Titans, both teams sitting with an average elimination count over 6 per game. So they've been proving to be super, super aggressive. If we look at the team of RUKH that we've got right here, they were sitting on an average of about 2.7. So almost 3 average per game. So I'm curious to see where they're going to be looking to push it towards this phase, right? Are they going to be looking to try and just increase those numbers or just double them full right?
I mean, given the fact that we've seen RAD Esports start to get better going into the later phases of last week, I pretty much have a good feeling about them going into today's games, right? You know, we saw them start to put up the eliminations up on board. This is something that we've been wanting to see from RAD Esports. You know, I said it, I wanted to see these Egyptian teams actually show us what they're made of. And, you know, seeing them do that last week, it kind of gives me a good feeling going into this week. I think they're going to increase that number.
Well, another team that we also saw with some pretty good stats to their name was the players coming through from Black Hand, sitting on an average of about
Ooh.
5.6 eliminations per match. So those are also some pretty strong figures to work with. I mean, they have an average of just over 9 points per game, and that's what's been able to give them that. Well, it opened up the opportunity rather for them to secure a good standing on the overall leaderboard. But MEA Esports, we want to see that improvement come through from them, especially moving through this phase, right? I mean, day one, a good starting point, a good way to lay the foundation of what is yet to come for the rest of the phase.
Yeah, and I really hope they're able to do that one this week. Did notice a little bit of roster changes coming through from Triple Esports there. I see not quite showing up to play today. And that's kind of interesting now because right now I want to see now. Okay, I see happens to be the top fragger, I believe MVP overall for last week. You know, current still top fragger, and I really want to see now how is Triple Esports going to perform without that high fragging player on the team. But at the same time, player that they brought in for him, Morteza, definitely not soft meat to boil.
Oh yes, definitely not soft meat. I mean, Morteza, as we know, a very, very capable player as well. So I'm curious to see how that kind of change up is going to be working for the side here of Triple and where they'll be able to push those advances to. And speaking about advances, it's going to be up to the players here from Wave to get themselves off of that Sosnovka military island, now making their rotation across this eastern bridge. But fortunately for them, Titans have already also started to mobilize, so I don't think they are going to be facing too much opposition once they start to progress across, as we can see now on the map.
Yeah, and pretty much interesting to see this amount of late rotations coming through from all of these teams, right? I mean, that zone now beginning to center up on that northwestern side, or pretty much even up to the north, basically. It's going to make things very, very challenging. Side of Smash team already looking to hold a strong position up there on Mount Everest. Vampires also holding a very good split out there close to the center of the circle. We do see more esports condensing their split. Love to see that one coming through from them.
Yep. I mean, it's a really great strat coming through, as you said. But I'm also curious to see what URUS is going to be doing with their northern positioning, as we can see a lot of the focus now being applied to that more centralized region. And Triple, they just hanging back. I mean, TIMEOUT, they just chilling on the beach. They're like, you know what, it's fine. Y'all can just go ahead, go out and go get aggressive. We'll just come rotating in a little bit later on. But now comes that hard push. I mean, Titan already being dealt quite a bit of damage here, as we can see. AXA not looking too great. It's fortunately for them only that early stage blue, so it's not going to be causing too much problems. But AXA with a very narrow escape.
Yeah, and he's going to be thankful for that one. We do know Titan Gaming happens to be that team that could actually take out teams on rotation, but I don't think they really like it when they're obstructed on their rotation, and that is definitely what these teams are actually looking to pose that threat to them. And this is what we say about the study coming through from all of these teams, right? We know like these teams will start to look at the rotational patterns, you know, the timing of teams' rotation, and work towards how they can actually work against that.
Oh, yeah. Ilias also now being one of the players here that needs to work around that rotation strat as they move through, taking a little bit of a beating, but nothing too great, nothing too much to worry about. Fortunately, they do find themselves in a few valleys that they can look to play, right? All these little dips, nooks, and crannies that they've got just on the side of Gatka is going to allow some great opportunities to come through here. But I want to see what is going to happen. Are they going to full send it forward? Maybe try and reclaim the territory here from Mo Esports.
Yeah, we do know Smash Team is that team. Like I said, they know how to get keep. So being that team that knows how to get keep, it means the defense is also just as strong. So that being said, I'm looking forward to seeing how they will hold this defense against Mo Esports. Mo Esports already down by one player, which is putting them already at an instant disadvantage before that fight starts. Makes me feel a little bit skeptical about how well they're going to take that fight. But it's good to see that little bit of trigger discipline coming through from them, looking at that rotation that was made. Normally last week we would see them take shots at teams that are rotating that early, but this time we see them play it a little bit carefully, try to prioritize getting that information, and I think that is good for them heading into this game.
Yeah, and I'm also curious to see what's going to be coming through on the northern edge of our zone, as we do see the players here from Blackjack currently occupying the area. We've got Vampires alongside them, as well as RUKH. We've got Black Hand and URUS. So it is going to be a very contentious play, as they now need to track all the way down. But Triple Esports being absolutely zone blessed, and this is where it could spell quite a bit of trouble for our surrounding teams.
I mean, we've seen how well Triple Esports can play when they get center zone positions like this. They're such a strong team, strong holding team. And with this position that they're giving in the center of the circle, you're pretty sure that they're not going to bottle that position. It's going to take a whole lot to displace the side of Triple Esports in that position that they find themselves.
Well, let's see where it goes. We still have all 16 teams up and able, but how will this one unravel? As we can see, that big convergence of teams are coming through, and there's going to be a little bit of a troubling play on the edges here. As we look up north, URUS, Black Hand, taking a little bit more of a relaxed approach. I mean, URUS trying to get the lay of the land. I like what Rodox is doing here. Just trying to peer over the smokes as they look to play the opportunity. Koa also now moving up, and we saw a very aggressive performance coming through from Koa within that first phase. But here we go, the shots now getting sent out as URUS start rotating up. And Redox so capable with those smokes that they even obstruct their own vision.
Yeah, and I think some of these defensive smokes coming through from the side of Black Hand just kind of protects the vehicle, at least for the time being. And, them taking this fight outside the circle is very surprising. It's not something that we really see coming through from the side of Black Hand. It's not really a play that we'd see from them one too often, but it does look like the side of Smash team would find themselves in their own trouble, driving themselves into a little bit of a skirmish, a little bit of a sandwich situation out here as they would lose Ilias.
Oh, it's an unfortunate play, but here we go now. It's going to be Vampires. Oh, but Triple, they've started to push rather on towards Lag. Mexico does fall as well. And that is now going to be relying solely on eFlex's capabilities here, whether or not they can clutch it out for the team. Triple are just getting their numbers back into contention, quickly looking to patch up those health bars. Chemo just narrowly managing to get the job done, but Old Boy clears it out. Now the pressure is on. eFlex looks to push forward. They know they have a pretty good idea, rather, as to where Triple is going to be situated. Out comes the hits as the AK goes absolutely blazing. But where will it go next? It is going to be a 3-player push coming in, and easy claps as Triple secure even more elims.
Yep, 3 eliminations to get things started. I was going to say that was a very, very confident push coming through from eFlex, but on the other hand, he wasn't left with much of a choice because his other teammates were down and the possibility of a revive was very low. Talk about confidence defense coming through from the side of Triple Esports. We did say it was going to take a lot, and I feel like to displace Triple Esports, you're going to need a lot of third party in order to get them out of that position. A lot of these teams already looking to capitalize on that edge play. See the side there of timeouts, making it in from that western edge. Something could be said about RUKH Esports on that north with the side there of Black Hand.
Well, there's going to be a little bit of contention coming through, as you've mentioned, right? Black Hand, RUKH now just holding on to the northern territory. Both teams having to disengage and focus on that zonal positioning. I mean, RUKH already doing that with Eugene being pretty much just on the edge of zone. Vampires are going to be halting that full on send, at least for the time being. But here we go now, as Red Ox and the rest of Black Hand look to see what they have to work with. We got Pusher just mobilizing, and off they go. RUKH making that run, but now look at Vampires utilizing the elevation, playing it from that high ground, and looking to see how much trouble they can bring in for RUKH.
Yeah, they are holding a long split on the top of the hill, which kind of puts them at a disadvantage going into this fight from the side of RUKH Esports. They do have the high ground, but the side of RUKH Esports, you know what happens when you start to give all of these teams space. The instance they get that space, they play and capitalize so much on that space. And I'm pretty sure the side of RUKH Esports will be so glad that they have this much moving space, but it's going to be a lot of trouble because they know they're leaving the side of Black Hand just right behind them.
Well, speaking about space being limited, it is going to be the players here from MEA Esports now experiencing that firsthand as they do try to rotate on forward. It's going to be Bum Bum and Vortex caught out in the blue. The rest of the squad already in those vehicles, but up once we come as Rolex takes aim, finds Plaza, gets a beautiful hit in. And this is now Smash Team looking to just disrupt the rotation going through from Black Hand.
Talk about a disruption, because this is pretty much a car chase and it doesn't look like it's going to stop. The rotational cluster would happen, Ban would fall at the side of Black Hand, would find a returning knock to kind of even the tides, but Black Cluster coming in from the side would be able to get some of the players there from MEA Esports as they go out in 15th position.
A very bold play coming through here from Smash, but now they've been reduced down to only one, so a very costly altercation. At least they were able to secure themselves those 3 eliminations, but the World of Battle just trying to double down as they also find themselves sitting on a very comfortable 3 elims, but they still have the full team to work with. Up comes Koa, looking to bring in a little bit of that vengeance play potentially as they just rush and rotate in alongside Smash, but this is now where we see all our teams starting to converge as they are essentially running out of space.
Definitely running out of space. The zone is not providing much cover to work with, and speaking of cover to work with, it's going to be URUS battle in the shot, trying to hold up against the side of Blackjack. Third player would go down. Zik looking to crash that little shot, but not too much HP to work with, and with the off angles and third party from Wave Esports, Blackjack would find himself escorted back to the lobby.
That is Sanhok on an absolute rampage, but now Wave just hiding up above, and this is going to pose a little bit of a challenge now for Sanhok to try and secure at least this immediate angle. But we see Black Hand also now getting eliminated all the way in 13th place. But here we go, as the teams continue to move in. Only 11 remain. Arab Golden, of course, following suit. But the mollies have been deployed, yeah.
Things became so choked up on that northeastern edge of the circle, and we see it being choked up right now. Still about 3 to 4 teams out there, Vampires being one of them, taking huge fire from the side of RUKH Esports. I did say if you give them that chance to move RUKH Esports, they would use it to the best of their advantage. A stop will go down to the grenade coming through from RUKH Esports. They know they're having those knocks. Capitalizing on those knocks is something that is bound to happen in a matter of time.
Let's see now, it's going to be Vampires trying to blaze their way on forward. Oh, but the World of Battle instead finding the more opportune angles onto RUKH Esports. We can see the shots lining up one after the other. It's going to be up to Rami and Bronsberg to see if they can survive the onslaught here. But it does seem like the World of Battle, instead of focusing all their efforts straight forward, could maybe be keeping a very tight eye on getting themselves still a bit of a position moving through into this next phase. URUS Esports also will meet their end, but now it is down to 10 teams. And I'm curious to see what Black Lost is going to be doing. You can see them situated up on that mini-map coming through for Smash. The shots now line up as they do find Hazem. But this is the opportunity now for RUKH to maybe get themselves out of the situation.
Yeah, hopefully they're able to do that one, because man, the World of Battle have such a paramount position on the side of RUKH Esports. Literally, RUKH Esports is shooting practice, not too much cover to work with. They only have to play with the smokes, and you can just see Krona taking in some shots, grabbing those thirst, 8 eliminations up onto the name for the side of the World of Battle, and you can just tell that they're making use of this advantage that they have.
It's great to see the World of Battle doing what they are doing here, just looking to step it up. But where will they go? Will they be able to secure a continuous play similar to what they've been doing so far? Still several victims for them to turn their focus to, as we do see the players there from Vampires running out of health bars and players. Now there's only 7 teams remaining, and Triple still going to be looming up in towards the north as Morteza sends it over, does find Rami, and that is now Bronsberg, the final remaining hopeful for the side here of RUKH Esports.
You blink your eye and Triple Esports get 9 eliminations already heading into stage 5. 22 players still left on the map and they are looking to have a strong position, holding a 2-2 split up on that northern side. They're looking quite formidable right now, but man, that is not the only place where we've got action. Looking at the side there, on the southern side, we also see a little bit of trouble. Looking to loom as Raad holding a very nice position on that southeastern edge.
Here we go. Let's see where it's going to be going. It is going to be Mohammed trying to suppress that rotation, but Thor now coming in swinging. There we go. Arthur finds the hit instead. It does seem like the sword is mightier than the hammer. But who will be the next one to fall as Arthur? Oh, gets a little bit of that repayment being sent in their direction as Old Boy keeps a very, very tight positioning here, not wanting to let the world of battle escape.
Not at all. The smokes would protect you, the vehicles would protect you for a while, but definitely would not protect you from the shots coming through from Triple Esports as they begin to loom, coming through from the bottom of the vehicles. So much trouble on that north, so much space in the center of the circle, but nobody can occupy, because if you try, you will get taken out.
It's going to be the Valley of Doom in Smackdown center zone, but as we know, the blue zone also getting ready for a little bit of a shift yet again. That is going to be the end of RUKH Esports as they get just completely backed up. But here we go, the final 6 teams, but everyone just situated over on towards these edges, keeping a very, very vacant positioning. But again, that shift goes in favor of Triple, and this is where it's going to be quite troubling, especially looking at that southern side.
Morteza. That dude does look to be sitting on 7 eliminations, and just when you feel like, okay, maybe IC is not there, the elims will not be as much. Morteza is like, you might want to careful with what you wish for, because the side of Triple Esport not quite feeling that difference at all. Already up to 10 eliminations, and Thor will continue to wreak havoc onto the side of the world of battle. 3 players will find themselves down, and they get that memo. Vehicles, not enough cover for the side there of the world of battle, and I'm waiting for the push from the side of Triple.
Yeah, well, I mean, that might have to wait a little bit as we can see the players from Raad also just leaning into the world of battle here, finding a few of those knocks, and this is not the kind of setup that the world of battle need at this point. They want to look for a little bit more of a clear push forward, but I don't think that's going to be on the cards as Triple and the players from Raad some very tight angles on them. But here we go, Arthur looking to find Morteza, and I think Morteza is posing the biggest threat for the world of battle at this point.
Yeah, he and Thor are doing a load of work. Thor is not throwing hammers this time. He is throwing bullets up onto the side of the world of battle, and they would soon be running out of smoke. You can see Mohammed, he's got just 3 in the backpack, and they're just looking to hold on for as long as possible. But man, motion from this point of the circle, maybe not the best, but Triple Esports, such beautiful domination on the circle. Old Boy on his flank would get visited by the side of Wavy Sport, and he will be glad to welcome them. 2 knocks onto the side. Grenade prepped onto that position, and it is looking like what might just be the end for the side of Wave.
Yeah, it could definitely be looming just around the corner as we do see several players now falling. That is Gaddafi also meeting their fate, but fortunately they still have Petrox up and able. Petrox now getting caught in a very uncomfortable sandwich here. We got Titans moving in on the one side. We got Triple holding that northern position. The nice addition of Raad coming through from the eastern front, so the pressure is definitely going to be on. But I'm loving what I'm seeing coming through from Chemo and Old Boy, as well as Morteza and, of course, Thor on the opposite end, right? Taking that 2-2 split, trying to kind of divide and conquer as they move into this next phase.
Yeah, and everyone is carrying their weight. The side of the world of battle finally gathering a couple of smokes to initiate that push up onto the side of Triple. But you've got to admire the splits coming through. Just a mini split coming through from the split. The side here of Triple Esports decides to fall back a little bit, condense it a bit, and then they're holding those angles. So if the side of the world of battle do push into it, that is them going to start they'll start going out from pretty much every single angle, and you can already see it happening one after the other. Mohammed will fall, and the side of Triple Esports condense it a bit as they bring Old Boy into the mix. I think this is going to be a nightmare for the world of battle.
Oh, it could definitely be. That is 14 eliminations already secured for Triple, but up comes the knock as Thor gets picked on through. Again, Arthur with that hit coming in, but here we go. The send is there. Arthur having to bite the bullet. Up comes the sprays, and this could now be the world of battle in a world of trouble as Triple Esports have set their sights on them. Hazem is going to be that final contender left. keep the hopes and dreams alive, but the zone has moved further down south. So the world of battle and triple now need to push forward. The utilities getting sent out, getting closer and closer on towards Marteza. Great opportunity as Old Boy also now gets found out and has them looking to just bring all the repayment they can find.
This man would be thankful to the side of Titans for the perfect third party. But the side of the world of battle, they do look to have turned the tide. Themes are crumbling for the side there of Triple Esports as grenades will now start getting launched. Now Hazem finds himself in a very good third party and gatekeep position.
Let's see how much gatekeeping Hazem can do as the utilities get sent out. Oh, finds a bit of damage, but not sufficiently so. That is Chemo getting traded. And this is now where Hazem definitely turn the tables. Still 5 squads remain. But where will it go? As we can see, 2 solos just holding on. And again, right, we are seeing such a great step up coming through from our solos, just representing the living heck out of it. There could be a little bit of disaster just around the corner if Triple are not able to deal here with Hazem.
Yeah, because the Blues is going to start to push up onto their position in just a matter of time. Thirst to come to, Triple will be reduced to just one man in Thor. But you've got to admire the position coming through from Rad. They're not quite able to get as much elims, but they do have a beautiful position in that circle, and they still have the numbers advantage. 1v1 between Thor and Hazem, and Thor would hold his end as he increases that elimination count 17 up onto the side of Triple. This is more than we've seen. I think the highest we've seen is 17 from Titan, and right now it does look like Triple might just break it.
Yeah, they're definitely going to try exceptionally hard to do exactly that. But Titans, they still have a few players up. I mean, nowhere near 17. They are sitting here with 2 eliminations to their name. But what a phenomenal position being played by RUKH. The only team making it into the 7th stage with still a full squad up. And this is their opportunity now to stretch their legs and really come through with the full-on flex. And maybe even take themselves a winner chicken dinner.
I mean, they already have 4 eliminations to their name. They might just use this chance to increase it. They do have the numbers advantage. So now it's just a matter of how much information were they able to gather on that eastern side of the map. They do look to be driving around quite a lot. But in a game like this where you've got a lot of solos, it's easy for things to come crumbling onto your position. As we can already see Titans sending in a couple of grenades towards the side of RUKH Esports. And if the third party does come through, this is where it's going to start getting sad for the side of RUKH.
Yeah, but fortunately for RUKH, they do have Ghazi just holding that off angle, just trying to keep a little bit of overwatch, and I think that is an absolutely glorious play coming through from them. Meanwhile, it's going to be Teak now trying to find a little bit of a cheeky hit there as they do find Rami, but that is not going to stop the advances coming through from RUKH, as we can see again falling over towards, or rather reinforcing the position being held there by Ghazi. It is going to be Puncher now just looking to keep this pressure up, right? They want to try and deny RUKH the access into this next phase.
Yeah, and the side of RUKH probably wondering, because they know Titan is not the only team in front of them. They probably would think it's a 4v4, but at the end of the day, they see that there's the entire northern side that they're not hearing shots from, which means there's probably teams out there, and you can just tell that that is preventing them from moving quite a bit. Grenade up onto Petrox to take his HP down to the minimum, and Thor would get that elimination to make himself 18 healings for the team, but I think Titans would be stopping their tracks there as Teak would pick up the heal, take him down. 3 eliminations as we're down to the 4v2.
Yep, well, that is Triple. That will be denied. Another back-to-back chicken, right? Finding the last chicken over on day 5, and of course, well, we know it's not on the board anymore to get the first chicken right here on day number 1 for phase 2, but it is now the opportunity for Titan and RUKH to fight it out. It is going to be again to get knocked on down, and Titan looking to be a very menacing position here as they are to spread out. But the zone is also then sitting quite favorably over towards Titan, so RUKH have to do quite a bit of work if they're looking to secure this winner chicken dinner.
Yeah, well, the zone now closing once again. We're down to stage 9, and these teams do look to love to make it all the way to stage 9. Make that Titan game in holding up as a 2-man squad, but right now they're playing like a full squad. Ghazi will go down to the blue zone. Zig gets that memo. He's going to swipe that elimination from the play zone, and that is something you just love to see as they now even the tide. It's now a 2v2. I'm pretty sure the Titans are aware of it. Rami on the top of the hill, sending in some shots. Would find Tick in the floor. As it's now a 2v1. Puncher has to hold his end. The high ground advantage on the side there of Rami, as Puncher will take some shots towards him. Information would be sent to EDS in the hands of Azem. Same thing can be said about Puncher. Try to hold it up,
Ooh.
but Raad would get that winner chicken dinner to get things started.
There we go, Raad picking up the very first winner with a chicken dinner right here in phase 2, adding their second chicken dinner in total. And what a performance that was coming through from Raad. Just managing to hold up their numbers and push all the way through to the very, very finish. But you got to commend Titan Gaming here as well. I mean, they performed, as you said, like they were a squad, but in fact, they were only a duo.
I tell you, if you gave the players there from Titan Gaming a little bit more cover, that play would have gone so differently. They were able to hold onto the side there of Ra. They held them back for so long as a two-man squad. You've just got to admire that one. But DK, I don't think we can go without talking about the elephants in the room. Triple Esports.
Oh, I thought you said there was something. But yes, definitely you got to say Triple Esports, absolutely beast mode performance. I mean, 18 eliminations. It's unfortunate that they got taken out in third place, but what an exceptional performance that was. And yes, that is the highest eliminations that we've seen to date in a single match. I mean, if that was with a winner chicken dinner, that would have been absolutely insane to witness. But either which way, still a very, very admirable performance coming through from them.
Yeah, just when we thought Titan Gaming had already set the bar for a number of eliminations in a game, Triple Esports is like, hold my coffee, because I am about to get that one done. And it does look like Morteza being in the mix might just bring a more crazy combo as regards to when Icy was on the team.
I mean, it's pretty insane, right? I think it is pretty safe to say that Morteza, based on the number of eliminations they were able to find, might just very well be the MVP for this match. So, I mean, having that addition come through, definitely going to be bolstering the numbers, especially then for Triple. But of course, let's take a quick look at the highlights from this past match. I mean, what a way to kick off the action right here over on phase 2. And of course, well, we could potentially be looking at those match rankings momentarily. But before we get into that, I got to say, this whole Western zone that we had to start off the proceedings here for today, I mean, it didn't look all too opportune for these teams, but got to say, Grounds, right? They stepped up to the challenge. They met it full force. And of course, as we know, Triple, they went a little bit over and above of what they were doing previously. But the things are looking absolutely phenomenal. And speaking about that, just look at these
Yeesh.
points.
Man, and this is what we're talking about when we're saying the new placement point system actually does favor eliminations more. And when you have a team popping off, if you're looking good in terms of placement, you will most likely not even be looking so good at the top of the leaderboards. 23 points being able to be grabbed by Triple Esports, and they finished in third. Imagine if they actually did more on
Mm.
that one, of which they didn't even need to actually be first on the match rankings.
I mean, it's pretty insane just to look at the performances coming through from our top 5 teams here. But some very well-deserved points being brought in nonetheless. I mean, and like just looking at what we've seen so far, right? These teams went over and above what they've been doing in the previous games. I mean, Wave, they stepped up with such a play. The average coming through from last week is nowhere near what they were able to get in just the single match. So the team's already proving that they mean business moving into the second phase.
I mean, and not just them. I'm looking at the World of Battle also grab a couple of points up on the board, and this is just what I've been wanting to see. Moving over to this next page, I'm looking at RUKH Esports, and I'm like, RUKH Esports, don't play with me like this. Blackjack Esports not quite getting too much points. Black Hand also a very surprising name to see on this side of things. But man, Timeout Esports and MEA Esports not quite bringing up that play that we really want to see from them, and they're the teams that actually do need these points.
Yes, sir. We can't really argue with any of those. But, you know, the first game has been played. The teams have done what they could. And that only means that there's still, well, 4 more games for us to look at. All our teams only have 4 games themselves to participate in. So the heat is going to be on. And speaking about the heat, of course, you know what is up next. We are going to be heading over in towards Miramar. So be sure to stay tuned. And we'll see you right back after the break.
Your order is here.
Oh, thank you. Thank you.
Hello and welcome back to the PUBG Mobile Pro League Africa Spring 2023 season. This is phase number 2, day number 1, and we're getting ready to hop into our second match of the day. Of course, we are going to be venturing straight over in towards Miramar. We saw a very impressive performance coming off the back of our very first match here, and now we get to see what the teams are going to be bringing in, right? Whether we'll have that momentum being carried forward as the teams get ready to step on up, but also we have the addition of our players from Group E that are going to be stepping out onto the battlefield, right? So this is going to be the chance now for the players from CRYPTICS, Greedy4Kills, the Mind Weapon, as well as Virtual Gaming Squad to show us what they have decided to bring into the second phase.
Yeah, I mean, we did see CRYPTICS show us that they know how to play Miramar on the first day of the first phase. That was last week. I'm really looking forward to seeing that CRYPTICS come through. We did see a lot of rotational faults coming through from the side of CRYPTICS heading into the remaining Miramar games of last phase. But I'm really hoping that this time they're able to mitigate that and also work, with those ones. We do have RUKH Esports, the side there of the World of Battle, TIMEOUT, and Wave Esports would be sitting out this next game. RUKH Esports usually is a threat on that Miramar map, especially on the north, but seeing them sit out this one, it does free up some space on that northern side.
Well, curious to see what the teams are going to be doing with that available information. Of course, it is going to be time for us to venture over into our game to see what the teams are going to be dealt with regards to that flight path. And then, of course, we know that first phase is going to be making its way on through. So without any further delay, let's hop on in and see what the teams have to work with here. Of course, it does seem like, yep, we are starting all the way up north, coming through with a very interesting spread. I mean, still a very centralized focus flight path, but now we got to see how these teams are going to be looking to get themselves situated.
Yeah, and for this Miramar game, I think I just want to put my money on Titans. And I'm saying Titans because I don't think Titans would watch Triple Esports get such a number of eliminations in a game and would say, you know what, we're going to sit down and let you do that. And we know Titan Gaming loving this map of Miramar. We know they're strongest on this map. I think this is pretty much that map they can use to even the tides or probably even set another record going into these games.
Well, it's not an impossibility. Of course, Titans now going for one of their alt locations all the way up in towards that trailer park. Usually we see them dropping down towards Val del Mar. That's, of course, if the flight path allows it. But I'm also then curious to see what they're going to be dealt with for their first phase, right? Are we going to be seeing a center zone? Or, no, there we go. It is instead going to be going to that very edge, pulling over into the northeastern side. So for a team like the Mind Weapon here, this could be a very comfortable start to their proceedings.
Yep, especially given the fact that we see them landing El Azahar. Many teams are not landing, quite close to them. Cruz the Valley will be empty. Terabonka is not even reachable. So you can tell that that entire half of the circle, pretty much for them and themselves alone. And I really look forward to seeing them use the space. We normally would see teams when they're given this much space in the circle, especially when they start their rotation, they usually make an advantage of it. So I'm keeping my eye out to see just how much they would be able to do out there.
Well, let's see indeed, as we are looking currently at the vampires here. And, it's good to see vampires not having to fight for possession of the territory. But as we know, normally we see the players from URUS that venture up in this direction. I'm curious to see actually where URUS have gone. Oh, they've gone for a bit of a change up. They've now dropped all the way down in towards Los Leones. That explains why San Martin is so quiet now.
Yeah, no, right? It's almost like, what is San Martin? Who is San Martin? But it looks like vampires would remain in their spot out there in San Martin. Good to see at the moment, and understandable to see the side there of Urus decide to go over to Los Leones, even though they know like there's about two teams that land there. As we usually say, Los Leones is quite big enough for three teams. They could land there, decide not to fight, or they could land there, decide to fight. But we all know many people do not really enjoy taking a fight in such complicated cities early on in the game.
Well, let's see how this one then plays out for them as Triple also go about their business all the way down in Puerto, which is, again, their preferred starting location. But we've seen in this first game quite a lot of work coming through there from Morteza, and I'm curious to see what we'll be having for the remainder of the action here today. Meanwhile, all the way over in towards El Paso, it's going to be Raad also finding themselves in a very comfortable spot. I mean, a completely uncontested. They can just go about their business and ensure that they've got adequate loot moving through into this next phase.
Yeah, and seeing the way Raad played that first game of the day, you can already tell that they're getting pretty comfortable with the rotations going into the lobby, right? So I'm looking at them actually putting that rotational strategies into play and trying to now balance it up with eliminations, because in that first game, we did see them hold up a very good compound for so long. But unfortunately, they were not quite looking to spread their wings, try to gather as much information as possible, or to even capitalize on that much advantage that they had. So I'm looking forward to seeing them do that in this Miramar game, especially given the map, given the fact that Miramar is that very big map and you kind of have a whole lot of space to move around in the early phases.
Yeah, I mean, maybe even all the way through to that third, fourth stage, right? If you play the positioning well, there you will have the capability of, stretching your arms and legs out as far as you can, and you will not have to worry about touching anyone else, right? There's going to be
Mhm.
more than enough space to play. But for the time being, it does seem like the teams are being quite respectable. I mean, we're not seeing any major altercations come through. Everybody is still alive. We've not had a single knock so far. But that all could end within the next 3.5 minutes, as the team have still a little bit of time left before that blue zone is going to start closing on through. But Blackjack also slowly heading towards that more western side, potentially looking for disengage to venture further in towards the zone.
Yeah, we usually see Blackjack Esports exit the Los Leones area quite early. They try not to spend too much time there because they know familiarity definitely would lead to a little bit of a closeness coming through from the rest of that teams. And you do not want that much closure when you're sharing a drop location with the likes of Arab Golden and even URUS Esports. Looking at Picado being empty at the moment, and I see the side of Mo Esports just around the outskirts, around the power grid. I feel like maybe a little bit of research coming through from that team because it doesn't look like they kind of have like a solid drop location. We'd always see them go for a couple of splits here and there.
Yeah, but what I'm liking about Mo Esports positioning at this point is they are condensed. They're not split. And that is a big change already. I mean, sure, okay, they've got a 2-2 split. It still kind of counts as a split, but it's not as spread out as we've seen in previous Miramar matches. So already liking what I'm seeing coming through from the side of Mo Esports. But of course, if we look over towards Titans, they are just taking a very comfortable position over here in Trailer Park. And they are very, very, very assured with their rotation moving back. I mean, this is where they like to frequent if they can't hit that Valdemar position. But from either point, they usually tend to bring in a little bit more of a delayed rotation, right? So they are super comfortable with just playing it out in this blue zone.
If Titan is going to play out in the blue zone, I believe in them. Especially when they're doing it on a map like Miramar, we know how well they can do it. A team that I'm looking for, I'm really monitoring their rotation right now is the side of CRYPTICS, because I actually did come for their rotation a whole lot last week. I'm really looking forward to seeing if they've been able to, capitalize on that. We see that many times whenever teams try to play splits in certain times in the game, it doesn't usually work out for them, or many of the teams actually kind of struggle with condensing their splits. Right? We've only seen a couple of teams actually show us that okay, when it comes to holding those splits, it's easier to condense for them. And CRYPTICS not quite being one of those teams last week, and we know it's something they can do.
Yeah, yeah, and it's curious to see just whether or not it's going to be part of their tactics coming through for their performances this week. But in the meanwhile, we have all our teams now just venturing further and further in towards the zone. Lag about to receive a little bit of a welcoming here, as they could potentially be bumping in towards Arab Golden. As you have wanted quality in the rest of the team just around the bend. But A9Q, already hearing that movement. They can hear the vehicle. Oh, but unfortunately now also just gives up that element of surprise. And wanted could maybe turn around and come back with a bit of a vengeance.
Man is like, okay, I heard you shoot. That is me not getting any closer to that position. Enjoy to see that one. It's good to see the side of VISTA already making it to the center of the circle. Like Esports rotation is going to be spotted as wanted. Would be gathering as much information for his team. We do see the side of vampires taking in some shots, which is weird to see because I think those are a little too long to be taken. I think these are kind of rotations that you spot and then you just take note of, like, okay, team just rotated, because we know these teams do the research. There is even a huge chance that as they're seeing their rotation, they have like an idea of which team is actually rotating zone.
Well, I gotta say, Triple, they are just blessed today so far. I mean, the first two games finding themselves in a glorious setup with regards to that zonal positioning. I mean, yeah, sure, they're not smack dab center zone, but Impala's going to be a good anchor point to hold. And now we can see the convergence of teams starting to come through, as we already have quite a few teams situated within that safe zone. But now it's going to be Virtual Gaming Squad rather, and the players there from Black Hand who are going to come rotating up into this phase side by side.
I know I did say I was confident about Titan being in the blue zone, but given these hard shits that we just got from that zone, my confidence level kind of dropping a little bit.
Well, we'll find out soon enough how much of a loss of confidence they will be. Meanwhile, URUS and Lag just firing off a few warning shots. URUS just claiming that compound for themselves, and Lag heading up onto the high ground, right? This mountain that we have, especially looking at its current positioning, could be quite a favorable point to play with. But they got to be careful not to venture up all too far, because that could actually mean that they will be rotating up into the players from Triple Esports. Meanwhile, over on the western side, it's going to be Vista and, yeah, a bit of high ground, right? That is pretty much the trend that we see over on this eastern side.
Yeah, everyone is looking for that high ground advantage. Keeping my eye out on Triple Esports. We actually make that lag because we see them hold high ground advantage, but they don't usually make the most of it. But it does look like before they settle, they will be meeting up onto the side of Triple Esports. It is a 1-to-1 trade going on so far, as revives need to come through on both sides. It does look like A9Q might be up to something. Spots that revive coming through, but will not quite go for the jumps. Talk about not overextending.
Yeah, but this is exactly what I was referring to with lag not too far up, and that is going to be Knight now getting confirmed. The shots are in. That is the first one up. The first loss coming through for lag. But they do have a bit of a position over on towards Chemo, so that could still work out in their favor. But Triple now just going to be hugging the edge, and they're going to try and lure lag off of the high ground and bring them right onto their doorstep.
If this works, oh, triple would be something else. But anyway, Mexico in the 1v2 would be able to hold his end with a little bit of help coming through from Eflex. Moteza will get that level. Triple does get it too, but Kimo finds the flank, and he will get 2 players down for the side of lag. It's now in the 1v1 as Moteza will be claiming all those eliminations. The jump through coming through from A9Q will not quite help matters. As Moteza is able to pick up the pieces and will be able to pick up his teammates as well.
Well, we're definitely seeing a different strategy coming through from Triple in comparison to what we just witnessed from lag, right? So lag focusing on getting those knocks in. Triple, they step in, they get the knock, and they secure the confirmation. So that is what just aided in dealing such a devastating blow to the side there of lag. But meanwhile, as they venture back over towards the western side, it is going to be the players here from Blackjack looking to regain a little bit of ground, making their approach towards the zone. Of course, GREEDYFORKILLS just going to be hanging around, looking pretty amped up and excited. As you can see, Rhino just showing off a few of those air punches. But now, ooh, it is action coming through on that feed, as we do have the team starting to converge up in the north yet again.
It does look like we see a couple of teams looking to play this west, or looking to play the edge positions more. And right now, it's going to be more Esports looking to join the party inside there of Black Hand, as they would use Hansley on that push. Black Hand still need to get a couple of revives up, get their HP back up, as they now have to focus on 2 different teams out there on that northern side, right? And also somewhere in the vicinity, as more Esports looking to pull closer and closer to the side of Black Hand.
Well, a little bit of pressure now coming through on towards Mo. They still have a 3-piece, able to try and contest against the side there of Black Hand, but Vortex will be found out as the shots connect in. And I mean, you don't want to really go messing with Goa, but fortunately Goa managing to quickly pop off that medkit just in the nick of time. But now comes that quick disengage as Black Hand prioritizes the zone positioning, instead turning this whole situation into a giant gatekeep.
A huge gatekeep, and it's not playing out well for more Esports. Paradox would fall. Bomb the last player left, and he might just have to grab a couple of revives up until his team, for Black Hand, most likely would use that chance as a rotational advantage into that circle, as we see Blackjack run into the side there of CRYPTICS.
And that's a little bit of a brick wall to run through, but of course CRYPTICS now just utilizing the Warriors to split, and seeing Senke and LazyBoy on the one side being supported by Marshall and El Chapo coming up at the opposite end. This could spell quite a bit of a disaster now for the side here of Blackjack, as it's down to only Aquaman and Zeke holding strong. But as we know, this is the desert, so there's no opportunity for Aquaman really to flex their skills.
Yeah, hopefully he can survive on the desert without so much water, because this split coming through from the side of CRYPTICS does look to be very, very nice. Does box in the side there of Blackjack Esports, so if they try to leave, it's going to be a problem. Matter of fact, if they move too much, it's going to be a huge problem because of this advantage that CRYPTICS has.
Oh, but here we go. Titans also going to be looking to play a bit of an advantage position there. They got Raad, they got Vista, as well as Black Hand now just hanging around. But the zone, again, being blessing over on towards Triple. And this is now that opportunity for Triple to try and get the angles under lock. I mean, already you can see they look to be pretty ready for whatever could come in their direction. But over on the west, things are still going to be very tight with Virtual Gaming Squad, Vista, as well as Arab Golden, all trying to settle their differences.
I'm more confused as to how Arab Golden finds themselves in this position, especially given the fact that they were coming from Los Leones, right? Seeing them out here in this position surprises me a whole lot, but I'm still going to take it regardless. VISTA Gaming looking to grab a information and go for Abu said LMG in the hands of Mozaro will not be able to get a knock, as Mozaro will fall. Abu also very low behind the body. As eye shots, one shot will go down. Biscay holding that angle. Virtual Gaming Squad now trying to even the ties out for Luigi up the hill in the 1v1, but he's going to lose it.
Yeah, it's going to be a major uphill battle now for Virtual Gaming Squad, looking to see if they can survive. And up comes the hit. It is just there around the bend. Kakao, oh, trying to get in. It's a brute. This Kakao holding strong, but they lose yet another Virtual Gaming Squad now in a glorious position, getting ready for the jump. And that is exactly what One Shot does, just rushes forward. And we can see a little bit of that Hulk out action coming through from Virtual Gaming Squad. Vampires getting sent on their merry way, but VISTA not going to be backing off just yet. This could maybe be the opportunity now for Bus to make a run.
Yeah, definitely what he's doing. Applying his control alternate JP strat to get out of there. Getting into that vehicle as quickly as possible is what you'd love to see. But the fight does not end between the side here of Mo Esports and Black Hand. As RUKH find himself in trouble. But the DBS from Bomb Bomb sends them back. And talk about a play for Mo Esports.
Yeah, that was more like a boom boom as that DBS came through, but now not out of the woods, right? Titans just hanging on the ridgeline, but it's great to see this increase in performance coming through from Mo East, right? This is what we've been wanting, and this is what we've been asking for, and they've now looked to deliver. Ilias, in the meanwhile, not in the safest spot there as they run into a bit of a spray. P6 just holding the ridge, and again, Titans just looking to bring through the upsets.
Yep, and I'm surprised to see Titans, or maybe not too surprised. I'm happy to see them in the zone. I'm happy to see them starting to get a little bit of eliminations up on board. Bomb Bomb is somewhere in the vicinity, does hear the shot, and I think they're aware of his position. This might just be looking to smoke up to get out of there. We're already looking to have quite a couple of solos left in this Miramar game.
Well, let's see where these solos are going to be going as, well, yeah, we've got 3, maybe potentially 4 on the board, depending on whether or not CRYPTICS can bring themselves back. And it does seem like that is the case, but that is going to be the end of the road as Mo Esports get traded down. Teak just nailing that coffin shot. But now Titans, they've regained control, at least of the northern territory, or the northwestern side, right? It's not entirely theirs, but as we can see, the team's putting a little bit more focus on those southern edges, and this is where I want to see where this next shift will be taking us.
Yep, as Titans are dominating on the north, Triple Esports are dominating on the south, as Triple Esports already up to 8 eliminations going into this game. You can already tell that these guys are not backing down. We did say Triple Esports was that team that was looking to show a whole lot of adaptation to the teams in the lobby. And I tell you, everybody in this lobby, you shouldn't have let them cook.
Yeah, I don't think they're cooking. As I said to you before off camera, I think they've taken the kitchen, right? Triple definitely looking to prove a point here, but as we now look further onto our teams on these outlying regions, it's going to be a pretty tough play. I mean, Virtual Gaming trying to see if they can maybe find what is left there of VISTA. Bisk just doing a quick few push-ups, limbering themselves up before trying to rotate back into the safety of zone. Meanwhile, Ab Golden trying to come through with a little bit of that third-party play, but a one-shot does end it there for VISTA. Now we are down to our top 10 teams looking to duke it out for that winner chicken dinner.
And with the zones that we're getting today, it is forcing the teams to play the edge play a lot. We see a lot of open fields, a lot of high ground advantage around the center of the circle, which means if you try to go anywhere in the center, you're most likely just going to get taken out. And man, it's a whole struggle for all of these teams making it into the circle. Very interesting to still see the side there of CRYPTICS alive. And well, I mean, they've got only 2 players left, 5 eliminations to their name, but they're still alive. Something I'm enjoying to see at the moment, but it's only a matter of time because Triple has got a very, very sick high ground advantage.
Ooh, but will they be able to use it and make the most of it? But here we go now. Old boy trying to cause a little bit of trouble here for Arab Golden. As it is now, Quality trying to hold up the front line. Broly, meanwhile, going to take a bit of a different approach. Looking to get that buggy secured, but that is a wanted. Now confirmed. Arab down to 2. But Triple still holding on to a beautiful spot. 10 eliminations to their name. Again, hitting those double digits.
Triple Esports. They have come in with a different beast, a different memo heading into the games today. And they're looking to capitalize fully on the lobby. Off in the distance, we see the guys there from RUKH going up against Virtual Gaming Squad. But they will shut down that operation as quickly as it starts. But not just as quickly as they started, as they do lose players. But the top angles coming through from the side there of Triple. They have got such good position. They see everyone in the lobby and they're taking the shots. M762 in the hands of Oh Boy, and he is putting it to work.
I mean, you could almost say that is a god tier positioning coming through there from Triple, as they are just causing absolute carnage. Morteza also now finding a bit of a trade there on towards Ban. It's going to be Black Lost now, having to pick up the pieces for Smash. But looking at that angle that Triple is in, I mean, that is such a troubling play. I'm not quite sure how anyone is going to be able to get them out of it.
Yep, I was just talking about the zone being that very brutal one, that if you find yourself anywhere close to the center, you're going to start getting taken out. Triple Esports aren't even shooting that much. And at this point, I'm really hoping Triple Esports has got enough ammo in their backpack or in their inventory. Because if they run out of ammo, that's probably going to be very bad. I don't think you can throw that much nades. And if this next zone doesn't favor them, maybe the rest of the lobby might just begin to have a little bit of hope.
I mean, be careful what you say about throwing that much utility, right? We did see it on one of our previous Erangels, how a certain team were able to secure themselves the victory without having ammo. So, you know, we've seen a lot of things happen so far in this PMPL. But now what we are seeing is the players here from CRYPTICS running into a little bit of opposition. Already it is El Chapo down, Lazy Boy. I'll look at to see if they can pick up the pieces yet again. But the blue zone is not going to be kind. It will be closing up within the next 20 seconds or so. And that is quite a troubling play for CRYPTICS.
Yep, definitely the work cut out for them. Lazy grabbing that revive up onto El Chapo, having to get into the circle, but it does look like Triple Esports. And one thing we know from Triple Esports is that right now they will try to get as many eliminations as they can from this high ground advantage that they have before they begin to make their descent into the circle. As we already see them just tapping away towards the side there of Arab Golden.
Well, let's see how this one goes. I mean, this is such a glorious spot. Old Boy sending one down, trying to see if they can find Luciano down below. But there we go. Ooh, Old Boy getting spotted out as the shots connect up. But is that zone going to allow them to maintain their practice? Van now sends one in, trying to find him. But look at that spray as Lazy Boy just absolutely demolishes two of the Mind Weapon players.
Boy, you make your rotation a little too early, you get taken out. If you make it too late, you get taken out. It has to be pinpoint perfect. And the side of Arab Golden, maybe one of those teams that have sent it a little too early. They have only smokes to work with heading into the end of the circle, as we see the side of Triple Esports sending all shots towards their position. Triple Esports looking very strong. Titan Esports having a very good advantage on that northern edge.
Well, for this match, it is going to be Old Boy to step up and represent, just because see those the 6 eliminations already secured to their name. But it does seem like Triple have found a safe way to get themselves off of that elevation and maintain some form of control moving through into the zone. AXA, meanwhile, getting spotted out as the shots yet again just come knocking on their door. Lazy Boy and El Chapo now in such an exposed and very vulnerable position over on towards that southern side.
And just so you get what is happening out here, Titans is all the way to the north. CRYPTICS is all the way to that southwest. And that just goes to show you just how many two people there are in the center of the circle, that these teams are able to take shots at each other from one side, from polar opposite sides of the circle.
Well, I mean, that is just absolutely scary to think of it, right? Still 7 teams and 16 players alive. There's almost nowhere to hide. Smash team finding one of the few safe havens within the zone still, but they are going to be challenged as Titans now come rushing on forward. It is going to be down to Ban to see if they can hold up the defensive line. There's a 1v3 rush, and Ban just waiting in flames, waiting to see who's going to come knocking on their door.
Pre-fires will be coming through from the side here of Titans. They know there is definitely someone still in this compound. Molotovs will go down. The burn will be more of a self-burn, as Titans will take advantage of that one, continuing to hold good position. And now they find themselves in the pretty much only good real estate in the circle.
Well, this is now where the zone shifts in their favor, but Triple now, getting caught in a very sweet spot here. El Chapo down below, the jump shot comes in. It's not going to be enough as El Chapo finds a trade, but off they go as Morteza comes through with the DBS to close it off. The great assist coming through from Old Boy with that nade. But now, Triple, they need to find a way back in towards this next zone. We got the addition of Max also just hanging in the wing. Several plates now just moving up ahead of them. Up comes Broly, suffering a few hits to the face. Oh, but there we go. Max now just looking to clear up, but they get spotted, and oh, up they go in flames.
16 eliminations for the side of Triple Esports. You can tell they are in their element. They are cooking. They are burning the kitchen down. But this might just be the end of the line for them. They have to make it into the circle. But when you have so many spoilers around, Blackjack Esports still alive, putting in a whole lot of shots into the circle, it does look like Triple Esports might be in a whole lot of trouble as Titans will begin to pick them up one by one.
Well, this is an insane performance coming through from Triple. I mean, whether they get the chicken or not, they are definitely looking to break the bank as they just get so aggressive. But it's curious to see Blackjack, as you mentioned, still being alive, holding on to their two-piece. It is going to be Zeke and MG, aka Aquaman, just coming through over on that eastern side. But they've taken a very different approach. Now just holding to the side of the road, waiting for the teams over on the western side to really start dwindling these numbers to kind of thin the herd out. So they could potentially come through with a bit of a third-party clutch.
Yeah, but then at the end of the day, wherever Blackjack Esports and say Arab Golden Esports finishes this game, it's not really going to count too much. Both teams are sitting with only one elimination, which means they're only going to be getting majority of their points from the placement. And when you have teams that have already been fragging, like the likes of the Mind Weapon, we're looking at Virtual Gaming Squad, even CRYPTICS, that have been able to put up a little bit of eliminations up on board, your positioning or the amount of points you get starts to falter.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, this approach would have worked on the previous point system, right? It does not work on this one. You're not going to be able to maintain a good, consistent flow of points if this is the approach. But sometimes you just got to do what you got to do. And it seems like Morteza also looking to see what it is that they can do, as they are not in the clear just yet. Also not finding a position or good angle within this next phase. Quality could maybe bring in a bit of a surprise here, but I mean, Titans, they look like they've got themselves asserted. They still have the numbers advantage as well as all the hard cover they could need.
You know, the last time I looked at Trip of Titan Gaming, they were sitting with 3 elims, and I was like, would they be able to do it? I blink once, and now they're on 7. You can just tell that these guys really enjoy playing this map. Zeke is going to spot that little pixel out of place in quality. Interesting that he's not taking the shots quite yet. So that's like a sheer idea that there's someone there. But it's kind of like a stalemate going on in the circle right now.
I mean, maybe it's just not. Maybe it doesn't meet their expectation, right? Not high enough quality to take the shot just yet. But either which way, it is going to be quality now. Finding Morteza. There we go. Zeke drives it through, and that is going to be yet another elimination secured. And it's now Blackjack and Titans to fight for that winner chicken dinner already. The trade comes through. That is going to be teaked down. So it is a 2v2, a very even flame to fight on, but down goes MG, being too far away from the water. Now it turns down to Zeke to see maybe if they can sneak in and try and clutch that chicken dinner.
The third time we're seeing Blackjack Esports and Titan Gaming fighting it out for a winner chicken dinner out here on Miramar. At this point, it's already becoming routine. But the side of Titan Gaming, they have the numbers advantage. We'll be trying to see if he can get a couple of shots to connect, but the off angles would trickle his HP down, does lose a couple more, and that will be Titans getting the winner chicken dinner like they love to on the map of Miramar.
Well, you said it before we even got into the match, right? Titan Gaming being a very dominant force when it comes to Miramar, and I mean, there's nothing more true about that, right? They stepped up, they just proved their worth here and just brought their numbers through. But again, a very disruptive performance coming through from Triple Esports, right? Those 16 eliminations coming in. I mean, that team, they just on something else today.
I don't know who let them into the kitchen, but you shouldn't have. Because these guys are absolutely on fire. 16 eliminations, and man, they didn't even need a chicken dinner to bump themselves up the board. I mean, right now, they are looking to be averaging quite the number of points per game. We saw them last week gather at about, what, I think it was 74 points in one day, and it does look like they're about to do that again going into today's games.
I mean, they might even be looking to break their own record as to how many points they're able to bring in one single day. I mean, so far, as you said, right, things are looking pretty insane. They're sitting on an average of about 11 eliminations per game, and that is just so crazy to think of and even witness that happening out on the battlefield. But as we know, these teams are, well, triple, they are just a special breed, right? An entirely different thing. But of course, as we know, the rest of the teams also trying to keep up that pressure, trying to match that up. But I think Titans, they've been doing a really stand-up job here, right? Being able to maintain control of that zone, and regardless of who's around them, they just look to be so problematic.
Yep, very, very problematic. And I like the fact that they understood which angles to hold. They were able to clear up that northern side of the circle quickly. And then they realized that, okay, this real estate that is being held by Smash Team, we could actually take that one from them. And they did go send it up onto that building. But that was very interesting play coming through from Titan Gaming, and a very well deserved win. Let's send it over to the highlight so you can get a little glimpse about what just happened in Miramar.
Here we go. Welcome back to all the action. Apparently, Crowns, you look quite sweet today. I don't know, but sure, let's go with that. But either which way, some very exciting action coming through from our teams. And speaking about exciting, of course, we need to take a look at our points to see how many these teams were able to secure. We know at least 16 points going over to the side there of Triple, but the rest of the lobby just hard on their heels. Titans coming in on 9 elims. CRYPTICS picking up 8 and keeping it tight, of course. I mean, 2019, and then we head into 10.
I almost thought we were sharing bonus points here, but it does look like this is points that were gathered in the game. Triple Esports able to get himself 20 points to their name. And man, if you say I'm looking sweet, I think Triple Esports are looking sweeter. You know, given these 2 games that they've been able to play today, that is very, very wonderful to see from them. CRYPTICS finally putting up numbers on Miramar. I'm glad to see that one. And here's what I was talking about Blackjack, side of Arab Golden, and Mind Weapon, about the amount of points that they were putting up on board in terms of elims. You know, 3 teams sitting down on 2 eliminations. All they just have is placement points, putting them up on board. And we're looking at Virtual Gaming and URUS, who got 0 placement points, but they're able to just get all close to as much points as the side there of Blackjack and Arab Golden.
Again, that's just the point where the teams could look to rely on aggression, right? So regardless of when they get taken out, they still are able to secure some decent points on the board. And of course, if we continue on to the second page, it's a very similar case here. We got Raad also picking up 2 elims alongside their 1 placement point, but Blackhand also just picking up those 4. Very similar to what URUS just did.
Yeah, and at this point, I want to get concerned for Blackhand, but at the end of the day, this was pretty much how they started last phase. We did not see the best of performance coming through from them on the first day of the phase, so I'm hoping that's probably what they're doing. But at the same time, I'm hoping that's not what they're doing, because I would want to see a very pop-off performance. Because as we're seeing, Triple Esports, they're already running away with it, and we saw this come through from RUKH last week, where they ran away with it, gave themselves a head start in such a way that regardless of the bad games they had at the end of the phase, it wasn't enough to drop them out of the top 4.
Okay, but now let's be honest, right? Triple are taking it a little bit further from what we saw from RUKH in that previous phase. I mean, like if we compare, you know, like chickens with chickens, it's a different situation. I mean, RUKH last week, they were able to secure themselves in the first day a total of 37 points. Looking at what Triple has done so far, I mean, they are close to almost, you know, heading well beyond that. I mean, I think they've already potentially found themselves over 40 points in just these first few games.
Yeah, 43 points in 2 games is absolutely brazy, and that is something we love to see. Things that we don't love to see is the side there of vampires out there. We saw them visiting our donut shop that is unnamed yet. We await East Proxy. I'm pretty sure it's coming up with something. But that being said, the side of vampires, they really need to put points up on board. Same thing can be said about MEA Esports, because you're on the bottom of the table, you need these points the most.
Yeah, well, that only means one thing. Next up, we are going to be heading over into Sanhok, so be sure to join us right after the break as we head over into the jungle. Hello and welcome back to the PUBG Mobile Pro League Africa Spring 2023 season. Of course, some very, very exciting action already unfolding in our very first two games. But of course, we also want to take a quick opportunity here to give a big shout out to Monster Energy, our official energy drink partner for the PUBG Mobile Pro Leagues. Now, grounds, right? First two games done and dusted. Erangel, Miramar checked off. Next up, we're heading over in towards Sanhok. As we know, it's a map that lends itself to aggression, and we've been seeing a very aggressive start coming through in our first two games. And I'm curious to see if that's going to continue over in towards Sanhok.
At this point, I'm scared because we're going into Sanhok and Triple Esports would be playing in Sanhok. We've seen them perform even better on that map of Sanhok. So at this point, I'm like, Triple Esports again. I'm keeping my eye out on the side of Triple Esports to see exactly what they've got going into this Sanhok game.
I mean, as you mentioned before the break, right? They've already been able to accrue 43 points in just two games. I mean, they seem to be quite a force to be reckoned with here. And I want to see who's going to be looking to oppose them, because if they are not put in check, right? It's going to be a runaway performance coming through, and we know we have some very capable teams to rub shoulders here with them. We've got CRYPTICS, we've got Titans, we've got the players even from the side of RUKH that could also step in and put a bit of a stop to those triple advances. And I think Sanhok is going to be the perfect map for the teams to bring in a kind of change like that, right? To bring in these needed disruptions.
Yeah, Sanhok is that map that stabilizes the flow of the day. So I wouldn't actually be surprised if I see that come through. As you know, Group C would be sitting out of this Sanhok game, which means we'll not be seeing Arab Golden, Black Hand, Ra'ad, and Smash Team. Four teams that I think really, really do need a break. I think these teams actually need to sit out a bit, try to recuperate, get themselves back into check.
Well, let's see whether or not there is going to be opportunity for any getting back into check opportunities. Yeah, that I think a rest is always good, right? It gives teams that opportunity just to regain a little bit of their a little bit of their focus, just ensure that their strats are still on point, and maybe that could be exactly what Blackhand needs to bring in a bit of an upset as they return for match number 4.
Yeah, because this is stage two. As much as you could have tried that in stage one, there is a chance that these teams might not give you that chance to have that pop-off day on yet another day. Hence, you want to make sure you're starting, on a very, very strong note.
Well, let's see how much of a strong note they are going to be looking to bring on through. But of course, as we've said, right, it is only going to be Group A, B, D, and E. So that means RUKH Esports, the Wall of Battle, Timeout Clan, and Wave Esports will have an opportunity to get a little bit of that leg stretching happening as they venture over in towards the glorious and luscious jungles of Sanhok. But I'm curious to see where we're going to go with regards to that zone, right? Are we going to have another aggressive shift come through? Is it going to be a little bit more of a tamed zone? Because we know both of those are options when it comes to Sanhok.
Yeah, I mean, given the fact that there is no black hand in the lobby, I'd like to see one of those western zone that goes all the way to Camp Alpha. I think we're due for a Camp Alpha zone going into the games today. And that being said, I actually would like to see some of these teams that finished up on the bottom last week. I'd like to see them be that team that causes that upset going into the Sanhok game.
Well, it is no longer a guesstimation. We are going to find out exactly what these teams will have delivered to them, as our flight path is cutting quite essentially through the lovely Sanhok here. I mean, this is glorious for the teams, right? We are going to be seeing a little bit of that contention come through, but I also want to know if Paradise is going to be so hot like we saw it be before, right? That one particular compound, as we can see for the time being, just there over on the northwestern side of Paradise Resort. There were so many boxes lying there just on day 5.
Yeah, we saw a lot of trouble in Paradise, and it wasn't even John Cena. But anyway, that being said, we do see that spread coming through from all of these teams. Maybe we wouldn't be seeing those hot drops that we saw going into the last Sanhok game last week, as we would not be seeing the boot camp hot drop. You see a little bit of Mo Esports blinking up there, and I hope it's not what I think. And this is what I was talking about Mo Esports going into that into this Miramar game. That it doesn't look like they have that standard drop location. We always see them going for splits here and there, and it doesn't seem to be working out quite well for them.
Well, let's see. Maybe they could look to kind of fix that up as the zone does reveal itself. Again, nothing too extreme, not an overly aggressive positioning coming through, and still very lenient towards the teams here. But, well, if Esproxy was here, she would say that does look like a whole bag of Skittles that just fell out over the map of Sanhok. And it's good to see the teams really utilizing all the available area.
Yeah, I mean, we see Titans holding up that very long split in Ruins and Tambang. This idea of Greedy 4Qs going all the way to Camp Alpha with one knock and the guys there from Wavy Sports out there in Aten. In Painan, we also have that beautiful spread coming through from the side of Vista Gaming with the World of Battle down there in Sahmi. Urus holding up a very nice split between the Quarry and Camp Charlie, and the side there of Laggy Sports holding it up down there in the docks area towards that cave.
Well, quite a little bit of area. Fortunately, this time around, Paradise seemed to be exactly what the name implies. There's going to be a Paradise here for Virtual Gaming Squad to go about their business and not seeing any contention coming through just yet. But we do have the players here from Timeout just hanging in the wing. So, I mean, it ain't, we don't know until it's happened, but it doesn't seem all too likely just yet. Maybe they could look to fall back towards Mong Nai maybe to get a little bit more loot going.
Yeah, and I hope they're able to capitalize on the scrappy compounds that we have around the area. I mean, it's unlike it's not like Miramar where the scrappy buildings you most likely wouldn't find a little bit of loot. Here in Sanhok, you could pretty much find loot in most of the buildings that you enter, and we can already see plenty of these players looking for those shotgun actions because man, when we talk Sanhok, we talk shotguns.
Oh yes, DBS Central. Here we are, and this is the don't be silly day, right? Be careful, as those double whammies could definitely do quite a bit of damage. But we are looking at the players, at least one player here from Mo Esports, Paradox. Now trying to find a bit of a play again. Mo Esports already reduced down to only 2. That is Bum Bum and Hansley getting packed up. But what will Vortex and Paradox do? I mean, great to see that they are not playing a super spread out positioning, keeping it very, very close. Now they need to try and find that next approach, right? How are they going to advance from this path forward? And it is going to be the players from the Mind Weapon now coming knocking on RUKH's door.
And I think if Mo Esports are able to understand what is going on here quite quickly, this could actually be a chance for them to pick up a lot of third-party eliminations and, get themselves a couple of points up on the board. RUKH Esports will be gladly receiving these visitors, but it does look like they might want to pull back a bit, given that they only have one player in this vicinity at the time.
Well, let's see how this will unfold. We've got the Mind Weapon occupying the compounds. We got RUKH now looking to play all the elevation here. It's going to be Pusher trying to find a little bit of a spray on towards Zar, but here we go. The Mind Weapon not going to be waiting around. Vortex, as you mentioned, right, has a bit of an opportunity for the third-party players. But speaking about third-party, up comes the Virtual Gaming Squad doing exactly that, and it was Malik with the M4 reaching all the way in.
RUKH Esports probably so surprised as to why they're finding themselves in this much trouble going into the early phases of the circle. Vortex would get spotted in the grass by Pusher, and you've just got to admire the vision coming through from them.
Well, I mean, some good awareness being brought through here. RUKH just adding more to the tally, or trying to at least, as we can see now them sitting up on 3, but it is a little bit of a troubling play. Maybe we could still see that race coming through on towards Pusher. But the Mind Weapon, I love what they're doing here, moving into the compounds, looking to just assert themselves. And now all they got to do is add a few more of those elims, and well, they got to fight the side there of Virtual Gaming Squad to get the job done.
I think there's this little magnet around this Paradise area. That's why we tend to see so many, skirmishes happening just around there. But anyway, we'll be turning our sights down towards that quarry where we see the side of URUS going up against Laggy Sports. Interesting to see Laggy Sports finally pushing at this. Normally would see them pushing up as solos, but right now they've got that 3v1 situation pretty much settled and about to be a 4v1. They've got further push onto the side of Raul with the quick picks coming through from Raul. Not quite able to get one player down, but he's going to be 2 for 1. 2 players will fall. Make that almost 3 as Eflex would also go down, but the side there of Knight would be able to get that knock up onto Urus. That's why he can make his advances to pulling closer to Laggy Sports.
I mean, that was a beautiful flank coming through from Knight, but now Weiss needs to see if they can find a bit of a bounce back here. Rauf using the opportunity to get themselves back into a hard cover, but now is going to be Lag's chance to just apply all the pressure they can find. Eflex waiting patiently to see see what's going to come through. Oh, Weiss getting caught with hand in nade. Not before, at least. Finding that knock, but the knock doesn't really count for much at this point, as Lag are able to bring their remaining players back into contention.
At least the nade hit. The nade did hit. But anyway, we do look at Timeout making their way into Paradise Resort. I think Virtual Gaming Squad may have caught a glimpse of them in that vicinity, as you can see them looking to play gatekeepers onto them. And this is pretty much the first time, or maybe not the first time, but this is pretty much the first time we're seeing this much action going on in the early phases of Sanhok. This is pretty much the Sanhok that we know.
Yeah, but it's great to see the teams already just, getting a lot more aggressive in the early stages. Hazard sending out a beautiful nade right up into one shot, but they do pay the price. And now it is going to be timeout. Just waiting patiently to see how Virtual Gaming Squad are going to be looking to come knocking through. But of course, it is going to be CRYPTICS pushing in on the side there as well. And this could be a whole different ball game. But up comes the shotguns yet again. But it is going to be Malik with the Vector to overpower them. And there we have it. Another shot connects through. I mean, Malik just being absolutely on fire here.
Yep, that man, we've seen him pull through for the team multiple times, and he would continue doing that today. CRYPTICS now make their way into Paradise Resorts. So we see the side of Virtual Gaming Squad trying to just get themselves back to a full squad before they take on this engagement.
All right, so is this going to be the setup coming through then for CRYPTICS to get that nice angle in on towards them? We still see a little bit of players down on that southern edge, or just south of Paradise, rather. It is going to be the Mind Weapon. Ooh, but as we take a plunge a little bit further on towards the western side, it's going to be Titan and VISTA now getting ready for a bit of an altercation here. Titan's moving up on towards the boot camp hills, and VISTA just lying in wait up ahead of them. The utilities get sent across, not finding anything, but instead it is going to be a nice spray of lead all over the place. It's a boot again with the DVS in hand, waiting for the opportunity. Tries to get that res, but is not going to be getting it just yet.
There's third party coming through from, I believe, the Trifecta compounds, but it does look like Vista Gaming will be able to buy themselves a little bit of time. Side of Titan Gaming need to grab a revive up. Cacao looking to just hold up very closely, but it's surprising to see the side of Vista Gaming not with enough ammo, but we'll talk about that in a moment as Abood is able to get yet another knock, but P6 would be there for the trade. Cacao, last player left with little to no HP to talk about, and he's just hoping to hold it up behind the rock as he awaits supports coming through from Mozaro.
Oh, this nade could be it. This nade could be it. Is it going to be the one? Yes, indeed. Mozaro reaches in and puts the end to the reign of Titan Gaming. What a way to close that door. And here we go now with 13 teams remaining. It is going to be Virtual Gaming Squad turning their eyes onto the side of CRYPTICS. CRYPTICS just the opposite end here, but could they now look to rebel as the shots come through? It is Senke down. Marshall, Lazy Boy, and the rest of the squad yet to move on forward. Oh, yep, it does seem like CRYPTICS, they mean business.
Definitely mean business, and Marshall is running it, as El Chapo and Lazy Boy would still be up to lay so much support for him, as that revive has to come up onto the side there of Senke, but Marshall does not want to stop. The delay to continue. One shot will get falling once more as Albalucci will follow suit. Duos would be the last player left out there on the flank. He doesn't want to give up quite yet, as he wants to take this fight head on.
Well, if Diwas is capable of dividing them up, prioritizing these plays, it could be a bit of a chance here, but it's going to be a really tough call to make. As we know, CRYPTICS, they're not going to be moving up as solos. Instead, they are going to be looking to mount a full-on show of power as they move up, and up comes the full force, trying to see what they can find. In the meantime, it is going to be Vampires falling to Blackjack as we just see them close to that side of Ban. But a lot of the teams still pretty much situated down on towards the western half of this phase. But our D1s doing the third party peeking, not spotting any movement just yet, but they have seen the smoke, and that is pretty much it.
I'm pretty sure the side of CRYPTICS would know there is one more player left in the vicinity, as you see them just driving off, looking for that off angle in line to actually put that player in a little bit of a box to eventually take him out. Esports, we did talk about them being that one team that is quite good on the map of Sanhok. They're still alive and they already have 2 eliminations.
This is again an opportunity here for Triple to see what kind of insanity they can unlock as they've moved into Sanhok. I mean, RUKH taking a lot more of a calculated approach here. They've, of course, been reduced to a two-piece, so you can't really fault them for that approach. But Triple, they're trying to expand with Old Boy way off ahead, just holding on the outside of zone. This is now where VISTA needs to move in, and we could see that long-range spray coming through from the remainder of the Triple team. But of course, Greedy, they are also yet to push on forward. And I'm curious to see where they're going to opt to. Is it going to be down towards the southern side or through the players here from VISTA?
I think they're willing to take that chance of driving through to the guys there from VISTA. Zoxy does look to be very close to the top of the hill, so they might as well just take the engagement as they look to draw closer and closer. Mozaro trying to see if he can hold an angle with Kakao out there in that sniper tower. You have to come up slowly but surely.
Well, let's see what their approach is. I mean, Greedy, they know that there's someone held up ahead of them. But Zuxi and the rest of the team, they don't want to give up unnecessary eliminations here. They don't want to kind of shoot themselves in the foot, but they have to make an approach, right? They need to find a way to get themselves secured back into that next phase as the blue zone is going to be coming in hot on their heels. Fivo, ooh, this could be a bit of a showdown. Up they come, Mazzaro with that DBS airsoft. Gate comes in, clutches. Fivo gets the hit. Trying to get the confirmation, but the blue zone lends a bit of a helping hand. Kakao now trying to reach in as well. The final contender left here for VISTA. But could this be the end of the road? Up comes the shots, and unfortunately they do fall as GREEDYFORKILLS are able to take them down.
Yeah, that was a very good play coming through from Triple. Looking to have those players go for that flank angle to kind of take down the players there from VISTA Gaming worked perfectly for them. But unfortunately, they've got third party looking towards their direction in the side of Triple Esports as they are getting pushed now by that blue zone.
Well, let's see where it goes. Still have the players here from CRYPTICS holding on to that northern territory. DWAS still going to be surviving, at least for the time being. But the blue zone could move in any which direction. I mean, Wave still looking pretty strong with their full numbers up there. Triple also looking pretty scary. Lag down to 3. We got Blackjack down to 3. And it's all going to come down to what these teams can now do with their current positioning and numbers. The World of Battle quickly trying to pick themselves back up before starting their long trek back into that next zone. Again, 11 teams rather, 33 players. It's not going to be an easy zone to defend.
Yeah, definitely not, especially given the amount of high ground you have towards that center of the circle. I'm kind of surprised to see Lag Esports not quite capitalizing on that circle, on that position quite yet towards that outskirts of the quarry. But it does look like we'll be getting a whole load of engagements out there on that north as we see Wave Esports moving closer onto the side here of the Mind Weapon. But the third party is imminent. Petrox needs to slow things down a bit as Gaddafi has to deal.
See Petrox coming up with nade in hand, trying to reach across. There is a little bit of damage that has found its way. But the Mind Weapon are nearly back on full health bars. Max looking to continue the altercation. Oh, that could be a beautiful nade, but unfortunately, Petrox closes the door. Max not going to be happy with that. Instead, just takes the door down, so there's nothing for Petrox to close anymore. Oh, but it doesn't really meet its mark there. And now, I'm curious to see whether or not the Mind Weapon are going to full send it over into Wave to close out that building.
Yeah, I really hope they do. I mean, it's not like they have so much time to actually make it into that, to actually make it into the next circle. So they have to get rid of the side there of Wave Esports as quickly as possible. We have a couple of solos just on the north as we see VGS having DWAS still alive. Paradox from Mo Esports also still alive. But then we have CRYPTICS just crawling up there on the north.
Yeah, this could be like this could look like a cryptic setup coming through as they've now taken that 1-1-2 split. Oh, but here we go, Lazy Boy already laying into the Mind Weapon. It is going to be a very troubling play, especially now for DWAS, as he has to push forward, but Lazy Boy already catching wind of him. Oh, the Mind Weapon now falling under pressure as Wave just absolutely rips them to pieces. Down to our final 10 teams we go. DWAS, down they go. Paradox still alive, holding on for the side there of Mo, but this is now the opportunity for CRYPTICS to just strengthen their current positioning.
I'm liking the cryptics that I'm seeing today. They're coming in with so much firepower, coming in with so much awareness heading into the circle, and that is something I enjoy to see. But things we enjoy to see is also triple esports. We already see them getting, started in the Sanhok game. They're looking strong, pushing up onto the side of Wave Esports. As you can see, Old Boy very confident about that push, but Thor has got the right angles to secure that elimination for themselves.
And that is yet another team down. But 8 remain. Lag sitting quite pretty. Smack dab center zone. CRYPTICS now coming under fire. We got the World of Battle fighting it out with Greedy on that southern edge. But Triple, yeah, they're starting to lurk. Starting to move about. Morteza holding on that southern edge of RUKH. And this could now allow for the rest of the Triple squad to just bring in a full showing of aggression. Maybe a little bit of a bait and switch play. But as we look down south, it is Rhino just waiting patiently to see if the World of Battle will present them with an opportunity to get that knock, and that is exactly what happens.
Yeah, but Rhino doing that, maybe not the play, as he does get spotted now. Shots going towards his position. It's down to Fever to hold down the edge. But Triple Esports would find him, gets a couple of knock, and now it's a situation of who does Rhino want to give the elimination. He gifts it over to the World of Battle as Fever now begins to push up, trying to see if he can get that thirst for his teammate. Zina has to force his way into that circle.
You can see Triple like moth to a flame. They've heard the shots. They know there's something happening, and they are looking to get even closer to come and inspect the potential carnage. In the meanwhile, it's going to be the World of Battle now, having a bit of a reset opportunity here, waiting to see where Greedy are going to be looking to push. But for the time being, I mean, it's down to Fivo, the lone ranger, the lone survivor, just holding on, rather, to the edge of the zone.
Trying to play with the rocks, trying to play with the smokes. But the World of Battle are awaiting his entrance into that circle with the pre-fires coming through. And Fivo looking to play it carefully. But Triple Esports, they've got people active on that third party. And speaking of Triple, they're holding a very long 2-2 split right now.
Well, there we go. One of Triple has been sent off. As El Chapo from CRYPTICS still just trying to maintain some semblance of a positioning here. But up comes Thor, just holding on. Oh, look at the rest of the team there from Triple, firing all the way across from that southern side. Morteza, Chemo, having quite a bit of ground to cover to reinforce Thor here. But is that going to suffice, though? Because El Chapo, in the meanwhile, looking to get themselves just to race back up. Blackjack still going to be riding on that ridge line. Of course, the predictions coming through, leaning over towards Lag and Triple Esports to take the victory here. But will that come to pass? As we know, there are still 7 teams left in this lobby.
I mean, Lag Esports are holding quite a comfortable position, so I would understand why predictions would go there. Triple Esports playing a little bit too confident, as that split is very, very long, and they do seem to be taking shots from pretty much every single direction. As Thor would see that he's coming through from bullets, but Lag Esports would start on the gate kid. The World of Battle happen to be the victims on this one, but Mohammed does not want to stop. Grenade in hand is prepping, sent it into the compound, would not be able to get the knock.
Great opportunity now. Will this be the play for the World of Battle to continue with that amazing performance they brought over on Erangel? So far, it is Mohammed confirmed down as it is Lag pushing up. Look at the health bot coming through here for the World of Battle. Not looking all too great. Blackjack also adding to the pressure here, coming through with a little bit of that third-party spray, but up comes the heads now, and that is the World of Battle, finding themselves in a very uncomfortable spot. Lag also just so relentless, but the assist coming through here from Blackjack. Oh, so troubling for them.
Blackjack just sweeping away some of those eliminations one after the other, and they know they can push up to this compound. If they get this compound, that's the advantage that they need. Triple Esports will still maintain 3 on their splits. RUKH Esports still looking for a way into that circle, but it does look like right now Blackjack Esports waiting for that perfect entry onto the side of Lag.
Still, we have a little bit of that triple threat hanging in the wing. They've now gone for a very, very wide approach, very wide spread. Chemo trying to come in on that southern edge. You can see Thor holding up north, but there we go. Bronsberg finds the hit, but also Phonics gets found out as El Chapo reins it in. MG quickly just quieting down that initial point of danger. But 4 teams remain. Morteza just dodging the shots all over the place, but unfortunately gets caught out in the open as Knight just closes that one up, and it Triple getting sent out in 4th. Down to the final 3 we go. It is going to be Blackjack now sitting on 7 eliminations. Lag sitting on 7 as well. But RUKH holding strong, trying to see what they can accomplish here with only a 1 piece left.
Well, Pusher is going to have to push his way into that circle. Blackjack gets in the favor of that zone as they're looking to capitalize on that angle. I'd like to see more of a spread coming through from them. They've been playing quite condensed all the game long. And I think now is that time for them to start looking for that spread so they can as well gather as much information on the circle. Lag Esports now has to make a way. They only have one compound to work with. And the guys there from Blackjack Esports keeping a keen eye on that building.
But this is looking exceptionally favorable for Blackjack. They have control, at least on the eastern side. I mean, it's still a little bit of an unknown looking at Lag. They're looking pretty decent, holding on to the hard cover. Pusher not really being within reach of that nade, but the blue zone now going to just eating at their health bars. They quickly, narrowly makes it in, but Phonics secures the spray. Now it is going to be Blackjack and Lag having to fight it out for that winner chicken dinner.
The instant spread coming through from Blackjack Esports just goes to show just how much idea they have about what is going in this game. MP is going to find enough up onto Flex, and would do the same up onto A9Q. Might be the last player left. Getting pushed by opponent. The shots would be there. The damage would be done. Blackjack Esports would get that one as they seal this game and take it home. 10 eliminations, or I believe 11. To actually finish that game. Talk about the play from them.
Yeah, 11 eliminations coming through there at the hand of Blackjack, and what a performance it was. I mean, they just played such phenomenal positionings, and a lot of those third-party sprays coming through to just add to the tally, but a good capitalization, looking to just rein in a little bit of that terror on the teams down below. But again, we did see the players from Titan, Titan bring in a strong representation. Triple also trying to repeat their efforts from the previous 2 games, but fortunately there was a stop that was put to that, and I think it's about time, right? We were asking for this, well, at least I was asking for this before we came into this match, and we are seeing the teams now trying to find a way to combat the advances from Triple.
But then, unfortunately, it's not much of a stop because, I mean, with the game that Triple Esports had, I feel like this was pretty much an intentional game coming through from Triple because I'm sure they were aware that that split they were holding on going into that late phase was actually very, very wide. They needed to condense a little bit, and being condensed is pretty much what helped Blackjack Esports secure that win going into the last phase of the circle. So I think Triple Esports were just like, you know what, every other person in the lobby, have fun with it.
Well, let's take a quick look at the highlights from this past match before we continue. Again, a very sweaty play coming through over on Sanhok. But, I mean, aside from our 2 teams that we got taking those final 2 slots, right, we also need to take a look at Lag. Because Lag, I think, they were also just holding on such a phenomenal position here. I mean, the compound's really working out in their favor. And I want to see how that then translates over to the amount of points that these teams were able to pick up over on Sanhok.
Yeah, I think Lag Esports were pretty much the foundation for Blackjack Esports eliminations, as we saw them getting multiple knocks, but the side of Blackjack Esports stealing everything away as they came by. But man, 21 points from the side of Blackjack Esports. I'm happy to see them finally put this type of number up on the board. But look at that, Triple Esports still able to get themselves 2nd overall on the match rankings.
I mean, 2nd overall is still a decent place. Again, those eliminations just proving to be quite handy. But of course, Virtual Gaming Squad picking up their 6 elims as well, securing themselves all the way in that 6th place. And I mean, CRYPTICS, RUKH, teams that we know are very capable of getting super aggressive, managing to deal a decent amount of eliminations for themselves and securing the points that they need to, you know, just keep those standings going.
Yeah, I mean, Mo Esports being on the first page is impressive, but being on the first page with 4 points is not impressive. So it's not just about being on that first page; it's about also getting as much points as possible. Of which is going to make me point out the guys there from CRYPTICS. Right, going into today's games, we've only seen them gather less than double-digit points. So I'm really looking forward to seeing CRYPTICS put in more numbers up on board heading into their third game of the day.
Well, let's see where this one is going to be going. Of course, now we'll head over into that second page to see what the situation is over on that front. And as we know, the closure for 8th place was 4 points. Wave Esports also then sitting on 4 points, but all of their points coming through from those eliminations. And again, we do find a few teams, as you said, going to our unnamed donut shop there. It is going to be the Mine Weapon, Titan Gaming, and of course the players then from TIMEOUT Esports.
Yeah, Titan Gaming definitely falling for our chicken dinner ongoing course here. Getting that chicken dinner out there in Miramar, coming into Sanhok, going out early, getting the 0 points to the name. Not something we want to see from them. URUS Esports have not been putting points up on board, and I really hope URUS Esports is not trying to pull off what they pulled off last week, where we saw them not play so well. Then going towards the end, they started to try to defend their position out there in that top 12. So I'm really looking forward to seeing them putting points up on the board. Same thing can be said about the World of Battle.
Yeah, I definitely think, especially looking at the second phase, you want to take a slightly different approach, right? The first week, as we've already mentioned, was a bit of a litmus test, right? The team's just trying to get a good assessment as to what to expect. But this time around is where you need to just bring everything that you can, at least for the second phase, to the table to try and secure as many points as you have. Because the further we progress through this week, the less opportunity there will be for teams to add to their overall tally.
Yeah, exactly. And with teams like teams like Triple actually getting this many points today, that just goes. They're currently sitting in first place, I believe, with 20-point lead heading out of last week. We do know that these points would also update on the overall rankings, which means Triple Esports just setting themselves harder to catch. Teams that are on the bottom of the tables that are not also doing well, they're also making it harder for them to make it up into that top 16. Because remember, top 16 makes it to the finals.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and that's a top 16 overall, and there is going to be quite a bit of pressure coming through onto our respective teams. But as we know, next up, we are going to be heading right back into Miramar to see what the teams can bring for that game number 4. So I think we are going to be taking a very quick break, so be sure to stay tuned, and we'll see you guys right back in a short few moments.
Your order is here.
Oh, thank you. Thank you.
is here.
Oh, thank you. Thank you.
نجمة جالكسي غادرة ومن التايتن وخيول كازاخية انقفت من هناك وهنا أسد ينقف. نعم سباسيال مزيان يا مارشال مزيان
إلى هذا الزون يحاول أنه يدخل زون، لكن خلينا نركز هنا مع هذه الفايتات. بسيخ بإصابة ثانية
مؤذيتين بإصابات مؤذية في صفوف الشاذوين المكشوف. يا الله
يغادر على يد الأيت بيبدأ. لا 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 لا.
Hello and welcome back to the PUBG Mobile Pro League Africa Spring 2023 season. Right here on the desk, myself, DK, and Grounds. And of course, already we've been seeing quite a few exciting performances coming in just our first 3 games for this phase. But I think it's also about that time, Grounds, that we take a bit of a look and see what the overall ranking situation is. I mean, so when we say overall for the week, right? we have two different versions of overalls. We've got the weekly overall and then the grand overall scores as well. But let's take a look and see what that weekly overall ranking is, or the point situation that these teams have already been starting to work towards.
I mean, you called it grand overall, and I'm like, oh, that does sound better than overall. Because man, I was gonna say overall, but yeah, this is pretty much the overall after all three games that have been played today, and I won't be surprised if Triple Esports out there on top, already getting 57 points in 3 games. This is close to them averaging 20 points per game.
I mean, that's an absolutely insane trend that we see coming through. I've said this before. It does seem like Triple Esports definitely looking to prove a very insane point coming out
Mhm.
onto the battlefield here today, because they stepped up with the first game, bringing in some pretty crazy numbers. The second game, they went just over and above that. I mean, the first match is where we saw them clutching those 18 eliminations, right? Setting the standard for our highest eliminations in a single game, followed up by 16 right after that, and then adding 10 to the tally. So, I mean, what more could you ask for a team like Triple Esports? But a strong performance also then coming through from Blackjack, right? They've stepped it up,
Mhm.
shown that they've learned from looking at that first phase, and now they look to adapt and bring in the necessary changes.
Yeah, but I mean, it's just one game that is pushing them up there on second place. I mean, they were able to get 21 points in that last game, which means they only got 10 points in the first 2 games. Maybe not too much of a bad average when you look at the long run of things, but still, I'm glad to see them actually this high up on the leaderboard. Titan Gaming following quite slowly, which is also nice. This second page, having RUKH Esports here, I'm concerned.
Yeah, I mean, we're used to seeing them sitting quite comfortably over on that first page, but who knows? Maybe it's just a little bit of an adjustment, or it could just be the overly aggressive performance that we have coming through from Triple that is changing up the approaches of our remaining teams here. Also, looking at URUS, as you said before, they brought in quite a strong play in the first phase, especially in the early few days. But now already looking at what they've been able to do in just these past 3 games, yeah, I mean it's pretty tough.
Yeah, and it's even also tough for this idea of Greedy because we saw Greedy be that team that, regardless of what was happening, they were able to put up points up on the board last week, right? And then going into today, we're not really seeing much. I mean, 2 games so far, and they've only been able to gather 6 points. Maybe not the best of performances coming through from them. And then I have to turn my eye up onto the side of MEA Esports because they're in Group A, which means this next game is their final game of the day. They need to start putting up the points on board. Maybe a better performance than what they were last week, but I would still like to see them put a couple of more points, probably finish somewhere close to that top 12 going into the end of today.
I mean, this is not bad looking at MEA
Mhm.
Esports, right? Because they're sitting on 6 total points. Back in phase 1 on day 1, they were sitting on 7 points for the entire day. So already a big improvement, and this is only on the back of 3 games. So we can see that they've starting to try to improve their performances and add more points to the tally. But now as we take a look at this final page, this is where things look quite surprising, right? Black Hands sitting right over here with only 5 points, right? Back on day 1, they were able to secure themselves 22 total points after their 4 matches that they've played. So they're halfway there, and they're not halfway there with regards to points.
Wait a minute. Are we seeing the right thing now? Black Hand really on 17th place.
Yeah,
I'm
yeah.
I'm blown away to say the least. This is not something that we see one too often, right? And at this point, I was saying it. I know them to be like last week, they didn't start off, looking so strong. But this is not even as strong as what did not even as strong as what we saw last week. So Black Hand being on that third page, I think that just goes that says a lot. And I feel like they have a whole lot of stepping up to do today.
Yeah, so the pressure is definitely going to be on if they're looking to maintain their current positioning on the grand standings. I think we can call it the grand standings because that just feels right? But of course, as we know, it is about that time for us to move over into Miramar to see what the teams are going to be bringing through in match number 4. And without any further delay, here we go. But as we know, this is also the final game then coming through for the players from Group A, right? This is their last match, their last opportunity. So Mo Esports, TEAMLAG, Triple Esports, and URUS really need to just not let back on anything.
Yeah, we do know Triple Esports like to close things up with a bang. So going into this final game of the day, I'm pretty sure they have something up their sleeves, and I would like to see how well they can do it. Looking at the eliminations coming through for this week, we see Old Boy. In fact, all top 3 players coming through from the side of Triple Esports, and that is just I don't even want to say the list. And look at that, it goes up onto the damage with another player being in there. So that just goes to show that not just only one player is putting in the work for the side there of Triple. We're seeing multiple players there from Triple Esports constantly and consistently putting the work today.
Yeah, and you can't really say anything about that. I mean, look at the knockouts, right?
They're everywhere.
Old Boy, Morteza, they just there, right? There, it's a full-on triple threat representation coming through, even on the longest elims. But it's no surprise based on the pure aggression that they've been showing in those first few games. It doesn't really surprise us all that much. Well, look at the zone actually taking its position over in towards the northeastern side, allowing a little bit of that Campo Militar action to potentially come through here, or at least a little bit of it.
I mean, it's a flexible zone, so I like it. It doesn't look too challenging right now, but we know by the time that zone starts to shrink, then it starts to become more challenging, depending on the amount of teams that we have going into the lobby. But yeah, it is nice to see the way these teams have landed. Triple Esports currently dominating all sorts of boards that we have right now because they're everywhere. They've been on the chopping board and cooking, which explains why they're on the board right now. So I'm not too surprised. Keeping my eye out for all of these other teams, especially Black Hand, because I really would like to see them put up a good game in this game.
Yep, and of course you want to keep track of the weekly overall. You can see the scores right up at the top of the screen. But for the time being, it is going to be all the teams now just looking to get themselves situated and established. Triple, I think they're going to be looking to pull up in towards Puerto yet again. As we know, the flight path not really allowing them great access to that region. But if you look at the utilization of the space coming through in towards that northeastern side, I mean, TIMEOUT, they've already ventured up in towards Campo Militar. RUKH also looking pretty great where they are, all the way there in Cruz del Val. Al Azahar also looking pretty nice and spicy there. But Wave, they might decide to venture up in towards Los Leones. And as we know, Arab Golden, they are going to be lying in wait.
Yeah, well, I really hope that much trouble doesn't happen down there on this in that Los Leones area of the map. I hope they're able to settle their differences. Seeing the side of RUKH Sports land in Cruz the Valley, they do have a player out in the center of the circle, which kind of looks weird, but it still looks nice. But I'm looking forward to, probably this is the one Miramar game where we didn't see Black Hand and RUKH Sports, damn themselves up on the north.
Hang on, no, I gotta ask. You say it looks weird, but it looks nice.
Yeah, I mean it looks weird because I'm like, why are you on such a long split? But aesthetically on the map, it looks like they actually do look nice.
Yes, I mean again we do have a nice little spread of Skittles all over Miramar, so yeah, let's go with a nice weird. It's a nice weird that we're looking at as they are holding, but it does seem like Eugene is gonna be heading back, or maybe heading somewhere else. And for the time being, I think it's going to be nice and tranquil out on Miramar. We're not really seeing any potential shows of aggression coming through. I mean, even Lag, they've got the entirety of Impala to go about their business in, get themselves looted up. And I think that's going to be at least the flow for the next few minutes, right? Because we still have 4 minutes left until the blue zone starts to close, or is rather than completely closed up.
I mean, if there's one team that is very happy in the lobby right now, it's going to be the guys there from Team URUS, right? You see them having the whole of San Martin to themselves. And I feel like today is just that perfect day that just emphasizes on sharing. We see the side of Vampires. They had they had San Martin to themselves in the first Miramar of the day. Now heading to the second Miramar of the day, the guys there from Team URUS are looking to enjoy it. And at this point, I think I'm putting my eye out to see which one of these two teams were actually able to capitalize on being able to confidently loot San Martin to determine who in my books should be the real owners of San Martin.
Okay, so what is your tentative answer to that so far?
So far so good. We didn't really see Vampires make the most of it. So URUS Esports now would be the time to see what they can do.
Oh, well, I mean, we'll find out once we get into the Miramar match. If both of them are within that same game. But meanwhile, it's going to be Bronsberg. Just greeting Malek off in the distance there. Also now just giving a warm welcome to the rest of the Virtual Gaming squad here. And it's interesting to see Virtual on their approach. I mean, they could maybe look to play into that center zone as well. But it does seem like RUKH, they've now just kind of reinforced that initial position that we saw Eugene in.
And I really hope they're able to condense, of which I feel like it's even early to start condensing, given that, you know, they've not really gone for so much looting. But as we know, many of these teams really practice this stuff, you know, looting fast, getting ready fast, heading into that game. And I think RUKH Esports is being one of those teams that are able to complete their looting phases quickly.
Yeah, I mean, I'm definitely not one of them. I loot all the way until I head back into the lobby, so, you know, might as well. Yeah, don't ever add me in your team. But either way, here we go. It is going to be RUKH now looking to venture up. They've got Black Hand just on the opposite end here, with again and Rami coming really close there to RUKH. But again, RUKH, they know what's up, right? They're just keeping a nice steady position, and they don't want to get found out just yet, because that could definitely change up the approach here for Black Hand.
Yeah, and coming in from that west is not something we see from them one too often. We'll always see them on that northern side, so I'm pretty sure they're probably looking forward to seeing that zone shift all the way to the south. But as I said, the zone does look to be a nice one, not too challenging at the moment, but eventually when it starts to close up, it gets very
Well, no trickiness required here, as we can see. RUKH just popping off, trying to find a few hits up to the side of RUKH. Oh, but RUKH, they seem to have kind of mastered their rotation here, just staying out of the way.
Yeah, and this is something we started to notice going into that first game of the day, right? We saw them pulling off a very good rotation in that first game, and then heading into the next game, we're seeing them actually know how to place their rotation, at least for the time being. Maybe this one was a little close, but still they made it, right? So I'm enjoying to see that coming through from the side of RUKH. Ooh, Rami.
I mean, it's there, right? It's a nice long range hit. And I mean, was that not Rami on Rami?
Wait, was it a Rami on Rami?
I'm pretty sure it was. Let me...
It does look like a Rami on Ghazi, though.
Oh, yeah, it was Ghazi. I mean, okay, so Rami is there, and Rami was the one who was doing the shooting. So, yeah, I mean, that would have been an interesting one if Rami and Rami got a hold of each other on that one. But of course, speaking about getting a hold of each other, right, that blue zone is also about to get hold of these teams as it moves. Ooh, the zone down towards that southern edge. And this is the opportunity now for MEA Esports to get themselves into a bit of a compound positioning there, but also for LAG to see what they can now do over on towards that eastern side.
And I'm pretty sure like Esports right now will be looking for the next and nearest high ground to hold, because we know that is where they really love to be. But that being said, this was a game that I was looking forward to not seeing the side of Black Hand and RUKH Esports come close to each other. But with this southern shift, I feel like it's inevitable.
Let's see how much inevitability there will be. Comes hand. Oh, Blazov finds it in. That is now Rami. That has been confirmed. Upco are not going to be wasting any time. Zerad holding on now. Ghazi, Hazem again. Just hunkering down. Waiting to see how Black Hand are going to be looking to play this one. But up comes RUKH, and I think this flank could maybe spell a little bit of disaster for Raad.
Yeah, there can only be one Rami in the lobby. It does look like the one on the side of RUKH Esports really want to survive. It does look to be taking a lot of shots towards the side there of Black Hand. And looking at Black Hand getting that advantage onto this one, it's interesting to see that they're not going for that crash. But at the end of the day, I understand it, given that they're no longer in the circle. Only 1 minute and 30 seconds to get whatever they're doing here done and dusted. And I can tell they're just trying to pick up as many points as possible before they start to head into the circle.
Well, let's see how many points they'll be able to lock in as the zone. It's going to look a little bit tough, as we do see a few of that contestations now coming through in the feed as well. But the Virtual Gaming Squad trying to gain control of the northern edges here. They got the Blaze Bomb right now, also just strewn over the hillsides up ahead of them, and a very interesting position to be situated within, but they are still looking to condense their numbers. I mean, Virtuals, we can see they have a full 4-piece, but there we go, taking that 2-2 split, trying to secure themselves.
Oh, chase. To the side there of Virtual Gaming Squad, going for that chase onto the side there of Timeout. But Hazard and his driver's license are just too good. Alphalucci will find himself on the losing end as that vehicle starts to explode. Same kind of said about Hazard as RUKH would find him. RUKH is not smashing, he's exploding things this time. As the side there of Timeout would lose Hazard. And the rate at which Timeout is losing Hazard, I think they may have to start reviewing the way they go on their rotation. Maybe Hazard is the scout for the team, but at the end of the day, that man is also one of the strongest fraggers for that squad. So I would expect them to try to protect the king a little bit, or protect the king a little bit.
I mean, just protect in general, right? That is that could be a very, very healthy way to take that approach. But speaking about healthy, just to see where this next zone is going to be shifting towards. Mo Esports still alive, still holding strong, but we are sitting with 16 teams. Well, yeah, all 16 teams still just trying to play it out. We have had at least 4 players so far getting sent off, but here we go as the teams now look to trickle back in towards the zone. And this is where Mo Esports are going to be tested, because Black Hand are going to be moving in on that northern approach, with URUS holding a very steady angle to south of them.
Yep, and this is the ultimate test really for the side of Mo Esports. I feel like if they're able to hold their own against these teams that are coming close to them, it would show that they've started to adapt to the lobby. And I think going into this this phase, they might just be able to put up better performances. I really want to drive the monster truck on Miramar one of these days.
Yeah, it does look pretty exciting. I mean, monster truck looks a little bit more adequately spec'd out than the Bugatti, right? I mean, yeah, it's just one of those things. But also, speaking about one of those things, we have a little bit of a standoff up in towards Minas Generales, right? Beautiful kills and the players coming through there from URUS with that vehicle up on the hill. Interesting parking spot, but yeah, for the time being, it will suffice.
Well, maybe not for long, as the back tire does get popped off. We know they don't function so well without that back tire. But it is a standoff really going on. And I like the fact that this zone is pretty much giving these teams the time or the opportunity to play the way they normally play. You know, all through today, we've been seeing zones that are forcing teams to play on that edge. We saw so many teams having to play on the edge going into today. But, you know, this circle looking kind of nice. We kind of see a little bit of teams playing off center, a little bit of teams in the center of the circle too. And that's nice to see.
Well, let's see how much centering there will be, as it is Triple now just centering their scopes over onto Timeout, finding at least one there. Ooh, but here we go. Look at that. Old boy coming through with that MG3. This is going to be a very troubling player now. I mean, that weapon already is so dang devastating. And especially now putting it in the hands of Old Boy is going to be just such a problematic play here. But of course, Morteza and the rest of Triple looking to expand their positioning over on the eastern front. And they do have a potential play on towards Rolex. But as we look back over on towards the western side, it's going to be a little bit of that, well, CRYPTICS and Black Hand action.
Yeah, which is weird to see CRYPTICS in this position, but they seem to be holding up quite nicely as Lazy Boy is good for 2, but the off angle from Storm would even the trade. Storm now having to evade the bullets coming through from the side of CRYPTICS, but the return fire from Plaza able to keep that man alive for the time being as he struggles for that revive. He doesn't seem to go for it. The side of CRYPTICS, it's an odd rotation coming through from CRYPTICS because we normally would see CRYPTICS more up onto the south.
Yeah, it's a definitely interesting positioning that they are looking to play here, but I like the way that CRYPTICS are just positioning themselves on the very verge of that zone. We can see Senke holding on that interior without Chapo just on the edge there. But it is that blue, so it is going to be eating away at the health bar, so they can't really maintain that position for all too long. And of course, the blue zone is not going to be waiting around all too long either, as it will move up. And now Black Hand in a little bit of trouble.
Yeah, you know, whole world of trouble. Storm trying to grab that revive up into Kwa. But unfortunately, Papa Blue is like, nope, not anymore. We will not be allowing that one happen. Interesting to see the side of Mo Esports out here in the vicinity. They've not quite picked up any third-party points yet, but it does look like they're keeping quite a close eye on the side of CRYPTICS as they try to make their way into the circle.
Well, we see a very strong position coming through here from Mo Esports, right? We do have Paradox and Bum Bum right there on the edge. Nice bit of elevation that they've got as well. So curious to see how they're going to be looking to utilize that. Meanwhile, if we venture further up north, is going to be the players from RUKH and Virtual Gaming Squad. Both teams just looking to gain a bit of entry, gain that foothold. But Virtual Gaming Squad already having one shot up ahead now. Alpha Luigi just trying to let it loose. Meanwhile, Triple and Wave trying to settle their altercation all the way down to that southern edge.
You can tell that the confidence level on the side of Triple Esports is through the roof. They are driving around, taking out anybody who does seem to come close to their side, and that is a beautiful way to keep their position out there on that on that eastern edge.
Here we have now Wave still trying to find an opening here, find an angle, but those third-party sprays are coming through. It is going to be Greedy and Lag now. Just trying to deny them entry. Gaddafi just waiting patiently. Arab Golden, meanwhile, is suffering quite a few hits as we see Greedy just looking to go to town. And that is our first team not getting eliminated as Arab Golden Esports make their way on back to that lobby. Lag, again, finding themselves with some beautiful elevation to play on. But I'm curious to see how this is going to work out, especially towards Wave and Greedy that we have just on the southern edge.
I really hope Lag Esports can take advantage of this position they have, because we know them to be a team that would always get themselves into that good position. But it now becomes a question as to how much they can defend it. They usually would lose it many of the times, or sometimes they wouldn't even get as many elims as one would expect them to. So I'm looking forward to seeing them play these compounds to the best, at least before the zone does move away from it, provided the zone does.
Yep, I agree with you on that one. In the meanwhile, you're going to have CRYPTICS just denying Eugene any further pay. They stop them right there in the track. And now, Rami coming through with a head on towards El Chapo. Is going to be a 1v2 fight for the survival of Senke. And this could be Busher and Rami now just doubling up, looking to see if they can suppress Senke.
Yep, well, Senke has got the DBS in hand, looking to suppress the side of RUKH Esports as the two-man push does come through. Senke gets a couple of damage done, HP down to a slither, but that is enough for Pusher to get the side here of CRYPTICS back to the lobby.
Oh, what an unfortunate end. At least they found themselves those 4 eliminations. Meanwhile, we can see a little bit of a development coming through over onto that eastern side of the zone at the hand of Smash Team. But now Virtual Gaming Squad looking to come through with a bit of capitalization here as they now apply the pressure down on towards RUKH. Also over on towards Mo as Paradox is met with such a beautifully placed nade. And Bum Bum now trying to get themselves out of harm's way.
Once again getting caught on a very long split. And this time, they would lose one player to it, but Virtual Gaming Squad looking to play this on the side here of RUKH Esports for Pusher. Is good for one. Rami would be able to get the other down to low HP. Alpha Luigi from the side would get spotted by Pusher as the side here of RUKH Esports continue upon the push. One shot looking to hold on the fort for his team, but the buggy would not be helping him in that matter as Rami would be able to clean things up for the side here of RUKH.
Wow, that was such a clutch play coming through there from Rami and Pusher as they 2v4'd the living heck out of that position, and what a glorious one it was. But, well, it could still be yet another surprise just over the hill as they now need to start rotating forward. It is going to be Plaza and Co just waiting in the wing, getting ready for a bit of a jump. This could be it. Are they going to be able to find these sprays though? The push is there. But I don't see Blackhand really jumping and making too much noise just yet. They want to instead play to get themselves situated moving into this next zone.
Yeah, hopefully they will be able to do that. RUKH Esports does seem to have caught a glimpse of something that is happening out there. The compound that Storm would be spotted in the grass, gets taken out to make that in the floor. And Plaza now has to hold his end against this very, very confident duo coming through from the side here of RUKH Esports. Molotov to send the burn. Plaza would not quite find himself in it just yet as he falls to the outside of the compound.
Well, great strat coming through here from RUKH, able to identify and isolate these threats as they now move on forward. Plaza standing between RUKH and another successful rush coming through. But again, this is a very timely play coming through, right? We've been waiting to see them now just step up to the plate already with 8 eliminations to their name. Make that 9, as there's only one more. 1 elimination to go for them to hit those double digits, and it could potentially maybe be at the expense of Plaza. But Plaza not wanting to relinquish this position just yet. Well, they won't have too much of a choice as there's only 30 seconds left on the clock before the blue zone catches up with them. But some great grenades getting sent out of here, trying to reach in towards RUKH.
I love the patience coming through from RUKH Esports. They know that player will eventually have to come into the circle. Plaza would send a grenade up to the side, but would not be able to get it to connect. Blue zone will chunk himself up that very low, and he's going to deny that point going over to the side here of RUKH Esports as RUKH Esports continue the northern domination.
Well, not exactly hitting those double figures just yet, but either which way, valiant effort. Now they need to continue on forward as the zone does take a little bit of a shift. Just centering up beautifully. The World of Battle now holding on to a very strong compound there. But as you can see, towards the northern side is going to be that elevation. So it will hamper the effectiveness of that compound ever so slightly. But is that going to be sufficient, right? Will they be able to try and maybe capitalize on the opportunity?
Well, I hope they can. I hope they do. We see predictions coming through. The Mind Weapon would have more of it. Laggy Sports also sharing that one. And I think at this point where I don't think I would bank on either. I think I'll pretty much put my money on the World of Battle. They've been on fire today.
Yep, they have. They've been doing quite a bit of work here. So, you know, you're not really wrong in making, well, that prediction. But let's see how this one is going to play out. Lag trying to inch their way forward. They've sent 2 out already. It's going to be A9Q and Knight. Now we need to see Eflex and Mexico is going to rejoin in with them. Meanwhile, Wave, Smash team, just going to be riding it out on the edge of zone. Not wanting to take that plunge just yet. And, well, they don't have a lot of time because the blue zone is closing in.
And once Papa Blue starts to close, you know everybody has to get closer. But anyway, the side of Laggy Sports looking for their entry on that southern edge. Smash team, the team that we see very good at gatekeeping. They're currently trying to gatekeep the side of Wavy Sports, but this happens to them all the time. They're trying to gatekeep one team, while another team is trying to gatekeep them, and then they find themselves in a sandwich. But look at this, Ra'ad up against RUKH.
All right, here we go. It's going to be that standoff again now, trying to just wrap around the exterior here. Oh, finds the hit, and there we go. It is going to be a Rami to be traded up. 1 down, 1 more to go. So Ra'ad not out of the fight just yet. It is going to be pushing now quite a distance away, but up comes Max and the rest of the Mind Weapon team looking to close it up and jump at the opportunity here. But a very tough play to be had. Up comes RUKH, also just strengthening their positioning within that zone and making it so much more difficult here for again.
Yeah, which is kind of weird seeing the side of RUKH Esports go for a singular push coming through like this. You know, we've seen them, at least in this game, they've accomplished all they did so far. I mean, up to the 9 eliminations they got, they accomplished it by staying together. And then they wanted to push up onto a gains position, but then they went as solos. You know, I feel like this type of plays are really, you have to make sure you're keeping that composure heading into the rest of the games.
Well, I mean, a good play coming through here from Mo Esports, just keeping that composure that you were referring to. But are they going to be able to sustain it all the way through to the very, very finish? I mean, I'm loving what I'm seeing on their front. Now they've got a bit of an opportunity to maybe find a little bit of that URUS action as well. But I'd definitely be watching out for RUKH because, you know, RUKH has been shown to be a very challenging opposition in the right circumstance.
Yep, definitely can do that. And URUS Esports still being alive right now, we know like they're a team that has that potential to do well. And you know, this game even being one of their last games, you could tell that they do not want to go out without making a statement here. And the same thing can be said about Mo Esports, as both teams just looking to stay alive, try to see if they can hold on to that later phases of the circle and see maybe they're able to get, you know, a couple of eliminations to balance their placements.
Yeah, well, Mo Esports definitely trying to finish off day number 1 on a strong note. But here we go. Oh, look at that. It's going to be Greedy now, getting found out as Fivo gets taken right on down, turns to Nosa. But Knight, a very tight angle here. Not going to be letting them escape it just yet. I've got the full set, and Mexico just barges in, crashing into the vehicle. Down they go. And Northstar now trying to survive, but up comes even more lag players. They too shall fall 3 down already.
Nosa onto something else. Lag Esports. They had all the advantage. And just bad crashes coming through from them would lead them into instant disadvantage. Knight will be the last player left. And he's just going to give you just for the bragging right to say you did not pull a 1v4 on us. Because, what?
I mean, that was absolutely insane. What a play that was coming through from Greedy. But now, as we look back over on towards Mo Esports, they were able to deal with the threat coming through from URUS. They are having full control, at least of this northwestern side. The mine weapon's still going to be posing quite a bit of a threat here in this northern territory. But if we look down south, we can see the World of Battle position there. Of course, Knight, an absolute legend, just holding down on that southern edge. And still a little bit of that Gaddafi action also just hanging in the wing.
Yeah, hopefully we're going to be seeing that one. The World of Battle, I was going to say they were being a little bit quiet, but I feel like they should have pushed up at least a little bit, put a little bit of third-party action in the mix. But it looks like now they will be going up that hill. The shots will be coming through from the side of Wavy Sports. Gaddafi able to send some shots onto the side of the mine weapon.
Oh, nice bit of a reach across that zone. There's going to be Max, as you said, right? It's going to be down for the count. And now it's down to where the snakes are using. Zara is going to be trying to reinforce that upfront angle here. The World of Battle, who still having a great vantage point. The zone not making a super aggressive shift. She's slightly closing in on itself. So we do have just over 30 seconds before that zone does move in yet again. And the World of Battle not fully secured within this next area. Knight now taking the plunge. Just pushing straight into smack dab center while the rest of the team still occupying the edges. That is the end of the road though, as Knight gets found out. Lag taking that 5th place finish. But Mo Esports, I mean, they're looking pretty good.
They are looking good. The side of the World of Battle have been playing with so much space on that south, which I feel like the side of Mo Esports could have spotted out quite a bit, but they've not really been paying attention towards that southern side of the circle. Gaddafi though does get spotted by Max, and that is going to be that entire southern side being freed up for the side there of the mine weapon. This is the opening that they need.
Right, but now, how are they going to work with this opportunity? There we go. Yes, the shots getting found on towards Arthur. Vortex instantly getting traded as Luciano comes through with the hit. We got Bum Bum and Hansley still holding on for Mo Esports as Luciano just drives it in. Just compounding those hits and getting that elimination secured. Here we go. The mine weapon still an absolute force to be reckoned with, holding on to all 4 their players.
And they know that they have the entire north and the entire east to themselves. And you can just see them playing with the advantage. But Hansley sending a grenade over there will slow things down. But Hansley not quite seeming to focus on one opposition. Like at Mo Esports, you need to focus.
Oh, a little bit of divided attention coming through here. Hansley now trying to hold on to the side. Be Bum Bum. Bring in that back end as well, but it is down to the 9th stage we go. No more zones, no more phases. It is just pure blue zone pressure that is going to be forcing the hand. And it's now down to Hansley to see whether or not they can survive the onslaught. Bum Bum has been knocked, but not traded up just yet. White Boy and the rest of the players here from the mine weapon going to be looking to apply all the pressure they can, and they have a very centralized position, so they are looking pretty damn pretty in this one. But up comes Arthur out on the edge, and this could maybe spell a bit of disaster now for the World of Battle.
Yeah, the World of Battle, Mo Esports, they find themselves all in the claws of the side there of the mine weapon. Beautiful grenade from Arthur might just be good for 2 as he does land, gets Bum Bum down, Hansley through the blue, would lose a lot of HP, and he would eventually fall. And the side of the mine weapon, they read it. They know exactly what is going on. It's a 4v2. Mo is likely a 4v1 right now, provided that, or given that Mohammed is knocked. As Arthur will last player left, the flank angles have been found. Arthur has to drop down to hit the deck as the push would continue. The mine weapon looking so strong. Arthur standing up, trying to take some shots towards the White Boy as he's not going to find any. Luciano too would not be able to be dropped as White Boy now drawing closer. The mine weapon not overextending on this one. The shots will come through. Molotov preventing that push. As Arthur holding it up, looks for Luciano. Piano once again will not find it. Finding White Boy will not find it. The mind angle from the world of battle. Make that the mind weapon not coming in through. As they would eventually take the chicken dinner. I was like, about time. It had to happen. Like they pushed up onto that final fight just so slow.
Yeah, I mean, but what a performance that was coming through from the mind weapon, just utilizing their numbers, utilizing their positioning within that zone. And what a great play that was. I mean, they dealt with so many threats, just holding on to 4 players for the longest possible time. And, well, they capitalized the heck out of that one, securing themselves a glorious winner-winner chicken dinner and a very decent finish.
Yep, a very decent finish. Not quite able to nip that double-digit elimination, but still, it's good to see the Mind Weapon putting up these numbers on board. The World of Battle also actually did play a good game heading into that one, but there were just one too many teams focused on their position, hence why they started to get taken out one after the other. And let me not even get started on Mo Esports and how they played on that note.
I mean, I gotta say, even all things considered, right, I think that was a far more improved performance coming through from Mo Esports. I mean, they were able rather to secure themselves that 3rd place finish with eliminations to bank on top of that. So definitely an increase in their performance. But now we've got to see more of that, right? We want to see a more consistent play in a very similar fashion. Maybe a few more eliminations along the way, right? But, you know, take it one step at a time.
Yeah, I mean, we did see them hold a very strong position up on the north, but then all they just had to do was push down the bottom of the hill. But unfortunately, they did not. They were not able to quite pick the opponent to focus on, hence why they did get taken out. But let's send it over to the highlights so we see exactly what just happened in Miramar.
Well, a very exciting Miramar coming through from our respective teams. Yet, of course, that closed off the day, at least for the teams coming through from Group A, right? They have now played all 4 their matches. So that is the end of the road for Mo Esports, TEAMLAG, Triple Esports, and URUS, at least for today, right? No more action coming through on their front. But we are going to be having CRYPTICS, Greedy, as well as the Mind Weapon. All right, it's Group B that's coming back next. But before we get into that, let's take a look at these points.
Yeah, the Mind Weapon able to get 18 points. Maybe not the most points, given the amount or the points that we've been seeing coming through from other teams going into today's games. But it's nice to see this top 3, being teams that we called out before we got into this game. So we wanted to see the Mind Weapon, the World of Battle, even Greedy. We wanted to see them put up points up on the board. And maybe not the best of point, the most of point, because I mean this is probably like the first time I've seen 3rd place only get 9 points.
Yeah, but still a decent amount of points coming through there nonetheless. I mean, RUKH also on 9 points, and that without a single placement point to the name. So again, we see that bounce back, or a glimmer of a potential bounce back maybe coming through from RUKH Esports. They waited up until match number 4, but that's fine because we still have 1 more to go. So I'm curious to see whether or not they're now going to be looking to regain a little bit of that momentum that we saw come through from them all the way back in phase 1. But Lag, Mo Esports, decent points, right? 8 points, 8 points going to Lag, 7 points going into Mo. That is the kind of points that we want to see more of.
Yeah, we want to see more of these points and even more of these points, try to do better also heading into tomorrow's games. And this second page is where we start to see teams that Blackhand once again only able to get 3 points. Maybe not enough to actually bump them up, but I believe they have 1 more game. Hopefully they can find their redemption. CRYPTICS not quite doing too well on this Miramar game, and I think one major surprise on this page will be the side of Triple Esports only going home with 2 points in this game.
I mean, they've already secured so many points today, so I don't think 2 points is going to hurt them all that much. So, it's okay. It's okay. I don't think they're looking to be all too phased by that. But yeah, moving into our final match of the day, it is going to be the final run now coming through for all our remaining teams. So that would mean that we've got Blackjack Esports, Titan Gaming, Vampires, and VISTA joining us back out on the battlefield. Speaking about joining us back on the battlefield, joining us back after the break as we head into game number 5. Hello and welcome back to Phase 2 right here in the PUBG Mobile Pro League Africa Spring 2023 season. Of course, quite a bit of action already unfolding in our previous 4 matches. But now as we get ready to enter our final match of today, it is going to be right back on the bread and butter of PUBG Mobile. Of course, I'm speaking of Erangel, and we are going to be seeing what our final teams, well, what our teams are going to be doing in the final match, rather, of the day. Now, Grounds, I mean, we've been seeing so many surprising plays come through, right? Mo Esports stepping up in this final match, giving themselves a decent finish. As we know, we're not going to be seeing them out on the battlefield, but what are we going to be looking for as we move into this last Erangel?
I think this last Erangel will be a chill one. Something where everyone just wants to calm down, get a little bit of rest because today has been such a hectic day, right? It's been such a hectic day, and I feel like I caused it. I did say I wanted to see challenging zones, and indeed we did see challenging zones going into the games today.
I would say that I unfortunately disagree. I think this is going to be far from quiet. Right, moving into the final Erangel of the day. Based on what we've seen already so far, this is where I wish I had seatbelts. I have at least a bit of an opportunity here to maybe pop a seatbelt in there and just buckle myself in. But of course, I want to give a big shout out to our sponsors as well. So shout out going out to Monster Energy, our official energy drink for the PUBG Mobile Pro Leagues. Now, speaking about Monsters, Crown, I think this is what we're going to be seeing, right? We're going to be having a lot of monstrous performances coming through as our teams want to close out this last match of the day. And of course, it does also then look like a very southern flight path coming through.
And I think many of these teams will be kind of happy that, we do not have Triple Esports. Maybe we'll get a chance to finally play on Erangel today because it does look like Triple Esports came in banging with Erangel. Look at that. They're actually leading with what? I'm not planning to start this match. That looks like what? 20 plenty points lead. Up on the leaderboard. So yeah, it's quite a lot, and man, I really want to see how the teams are going to react to what to what Triple Esports were able to pull off today.
Yeah, I mean it's been a pretty insane play. As we can see, they just pretty much dominating the stats that we have on the side there. It's just triple esports, a little bit more triple esports. Yeah, a very, very strong performance coming through from them. But as we know, they still have a little bit to go, right? Fortunately,
4 days.
it's not necessarily going to be happening right now because they're not in Group A, right? They still have the remaining days to go. But as we look on towards our zone, it's going to be situated over on towards that eastern side and still allowing a potential play towards that southern island.
Yeah, we've seen a Western Bridge finish. I think we're kind of due for an Eastern Bridge finish, which is going to be a lot of trouble. So yeah, the teams in the lobby, I tried to beg the PUBG gods to give you guys a nice zone, to kind of close things off. But DK says no, we want to challenge our seatbelts. Hence why this is why we have this type of zone. But it looks like Blackjack Esports will be receiving visitors out there in Primorsk.
Well, it is going to be a little bit of a risky play. Yeah, this is where we see triple going, right? This is their spot. So a nice little bit of a change up. The teams are looking to capitalize on the opportunity at hand. But I mean, as they say, also then great minds think alike. And that's why we are seeing RUKH and Blackjack now looking to kind of fight it out for possession of Primorsk.
Yeah, and right now, big minds rubbing themselves together, hence why we have this going on. Blackjack Esports not quite looking to be strong on this one as they do lose Hamodi, leaving them to just 3 players. And Primorsk being the way it is very hard to escape Primorsk, right? Being such a very open and wide area, you have to fight it and battle it in there. There is no pulling away from this fight.
Well, let's see if there's going to be any potential outcome that the teams could be looking to have. As we know, obviously want to try and get a bit of a clutch, right? That would be the main aim of the game right here. But it's going to be a Hamodi now being dealt that knock. It is going to hamper a little bit of an approach. But as we know, looking at the standings coming into this match, right? Blackjack definitely not in a position where they need to be too worried about points, at least based on their overall performance here today. RUKH Esports definitely a team that could look to capitalize on the opportunity because they are trailing by 10 points behind Blackjack.
Yeah, and Blackjack Esports being on the top of the leaderboard, I'm really hoping they're able to find a result in this fight. Probably keep themselves up, but Zeke, who gets spotted by Rami, rendering the side of Blackjack Esports 2-2. RUKH Esports feeling very confident. Phoenix out the side, tries to go for the push. Rami with the nade in hand. It's a good one. Little bit pretty cool. As Phoenix has to push up the hill, but he's gonna fall. Rami!
Wow.
Honey Badger.
Well, Rami just ramming the door shut in Blackjack's face as they step up. That's Amodi now also getting spotted out. The shots connect through. It's now down to Aquaman to see if they can survive. Fortunately, there's a little bit of drink just on the side there, so they could try and make an escape, but it is going to be Eugene and the rest of RUKH now looking to just constrict down on towards MG.
It's Primus. There is no escape. You're definitely going to get spotted, and that is exactly what the side of RUKH Esports are capitalizing on. Looking at that player as he tries to escape the vicinity, and look at Rami, so much confidence. He doesn't even have as much first aid kit or first aid or HP, but he's out there just still full sending it because he knows that taking out this last player from Blackjack Esports is what they need to do.
Let's see, will they be able to accomplish their task? Their objective, the answer is yes. Eugene comes through with a UMP. I mean, I was trying to make a build-up, and then Eugene just ended it there, making me swallow everything on through. But now it's the opportunity for RUKH to see where they're going to look to rotate towards next. I mean, still so many options available. We have 15 teams, but a lot of vacancy currently within this next zone.
Yeah, solid start there for the side of RUKH Esports. Every other team still taking their time to loot up, which is kind of nice. So I'm vibing with it. Arab Golden looking to hold a very unusual position out here in the circle. We wouldn't really see them more towards that eastern side. We do see them holding up close towards that central eastern side now, which is kind of weird to see.
Let's see exactly how much of a play these teams will be looking to make. I mean, Smash, CRYPTICS, pretty close, but on opposite ends of the waterway, so I don't think it's going to be all too likely that they'll be clashing just yet. But another potential play that we could have could be the World of Battle and the Mind Weapon, as well as a potential Ra'ad rotation that could lead those three teams kind of converging onto each other.
Yeah, Rad making their way out of Pochinki right now. We see them heading towards that potato hill, driving their way around. The mind weapon though, they do have to get out of school as soon as possible though, because I'm pretty sure the Rozok boys, which is the World of Battle, are aware of who is in the vicinity around there. I feel like with a little bit of trailing here and there, it might just lead into that engagement.
Let's see whether or not those engagements will be on the horizon. Meanwhile, Vista just looking up. Also, doesn't seem like they're in any major rush, any hurry to get themselves situated anywhere, really. I mean, the Mind Weapon also just enjoying the apartment buildings here. Max doing a little bit of parkour, flying this way and that, catching windows and doing what one would when you have school rather all to yourself. Hopefully it's not going to be short-lived because we still have several teams just held in the vicinity. I mean, the World of Battle now taking a 2-2 split, having two players up in towards Watertown and the other two over in towards Rozok. Again, the positioning really allowing for that.
Yeah, allowing them to stay loot up and stay consistent. And what I like about the World of Battle split is the fact that even despite them holding this split, if there is any other team holding up a split around them, it's easy for them to get condensed. It's easy for the guys there in Rozok to form up on the people there in Watertown, right? Because there is a vehicle spawned in Rozok, which means if anything is going wrong, you hop into the vehicle real quick, go for the full send, and you're able to protect your teammates. So it's a very interesting split coming through from them.
Let's see where that one is going to go, though. Meanwhile, it still continues to remain quiet, right? Titans holding on to the lovely Milta, positioning here very, very close to center zone. They've got a nice addition of that loot crate also coming through in towards them. As we can see, of course, our weekly points just there on the side. So for those of you watching that are not sure, those are only the points for this week, right? It's not our grand overall standings. It's just standings for this week. It is adding up to the grand overall points. So the teams will, of course, look to accumulate these points, just as we have the zone accumulating over on towards that western side.
Yeah, and I think Rad would be happy about this new zone shifts. They do find themselves in a strong position out there up towards that north. The Mind Weapon realizing that, you can see them trying to draw closer to that position being held by Ra'ad, just because they know that is actually a good spot to be in the circle. So that is nice to see. But we still have a couple of players who thought this was going over to the military island. I'm talking about Vampires and the side of Wave, as we see them looking to stalk each other out there on the south.
This could be a very, very interesting stalking coming through here. But I want to see Wave maybe rotate a little bit more towards the western side and not necessarily onto this eastern bridge. You can see them trying to head towards, of course, Petrox, just discovering how tricky the hillside can be here as they look to evade Ninja and the rest of the players here from Vampire moving in behind them. So maybe that was a big brain strat they were looking to play at here, but I want to see the rest of Wave now down below turn their focus up that hillside and maybe bring in a little bit of that suppressive fire.
Well, it does look like one of these teams wants to play the gatekeep or wants to play the breach camp, and it looks like Wave Esports is the one actually in that position. And I feel like this is just going to be both teams spending so much time on the military island. I don't think it's going to end well for any of these teams.
Well, let's see where we'll go. Mosta just going to be keeping a very quiet positioning here. Gaddafi going to be rotating through as well, but that is not the best spot for Petrox now to find themselves in, as they did slide down that hillside. Meanwhile, over in towards the lovely shelter is Greedy, Arab, and Titans now fighting for possession.
Yep, Greedy4Kills find themselves in the center of the shelter, which means they are the center of attraction. They will be able to play with that cave that we have down there, as they will be looking to go down into the bunker, holding that lead vibe. Side of Titan just outside in the vicinity. Teeth gets spotted by Brody, but Brody would fall as the trade is initiated. Titan is quite strong. That will go towards the side of Wanted, and down he will fall. Quality the next in line, and he follows suit as Titan would get that engagement all done and dusted, but they still have the side of Greedy still down in the bunkers.
Yeah, I don't think that we are going to be seeing Titans necessarily rushing in towards Greedy, because Greedy, they've been keeping it nice and quiet, but I might be wrong. As you can see, P6 now just getting ready for a little bit of a play. Yep, it could maybe look like a bit of a gatekeep coming through here for Titans. They definitely have the opportunity to do exactly that. But Nossa is not going to come venturing up in towards that nade just yet. But now as we take a look at that more centralized zone, it's going to be the players there from the Mind Weapon and, well, the Virtual Gaming Squad pretty close. But, of course, now they are starting to venture further south, right up in towards CRYPTICS and VISTA.
A very open field finish is what we're looking to have out here in Erangel. The position being held by VISTA does seem to be okay. If they're able to defend those compounds, definitely will be good. And we can already see so many of these teams, or quite a few of these teams, heading towards the buildings on the shorelines, because you want to be close to that shorelines, have a little bit of cover to work with. Don't play out there from the open, but it's going to be a very tricky finish that we're going to be seeing out here in Erangel.
Well, let's see where this one will take us towards next. CRYPTICS now essentially holding center zone. Ra'ad, they know that there is very likely someone in that compound, and now they have a definite answer as the shots land over in towards Rami. But are Ra'ad going to be looking to challenge that position, as Rami just scouted it out, now just returning with all that information? But is that going to be with any use to them, as we do see the players there from the Smash team now pushing in from that western side?
Ra'ad finding themselves on the bottom of the hill is going to be very, very hard for them, especially given that they're surrounded by different hills, and it's not just the small teams that are holding the hill. I mean, there's even a little part of Potato Hill that is still in play, so which means the side of Ra'ad would have to be staying quiet for the next few phases of this game. You do see the side of VISTA looking to receive the swimming boys of timeout. Those are long grenades I didn't even know you could throw. As you see Mido and Hazard looking to find those knock onto the side of VISTA, but Mozaro, he's like, I didn't come today with my fishing hook, but I still can see what I can do. To see grenades being traded back and forth by these two teams.
Well, I mean, we've discovered new things, being capable, new abilities rather, coming through from our players every single day. And now it is going to be up to Vista to see just how much of a controlling position they can play on towards timeout. As we have Mido and Hazard just hugging the edge there with, well, their third player still out in the open. And there we go, Mido just popping that one straight up in towards Bisc. And a little bit of an upset, but as we know, Mozaro should be able to get that res secured.
Yeah, and I think all Timeout just needed was that knock to give them a little bit of an opening so they can head towards that newly constructed dock or shipping yard. And that is exactly what they seem to be doing. Mido gets that knock, sends it straight into the water. And I believe that is a nice play. I do not know why they swimmed over to the shorelines. I would have expected them to go towards that docks. But I think they just wanted to know if there was a team out there in the docks area. And seeing that there's no one there, you can already see them just activating their inner Olympiads and swimming over to that position.
Yes, sir. That is exactly what they could be looking to play at here. But of course, the zone is going to be taking a shift now and centering right over the mined weapon. And this is their opportunity now to just assert their dominance. They've got such a controlling position there in center zone. As you can see, quite a few teams yet to rotate through from the north. But I think a lot of the tension is going to be kind of dissolved as those northern teams are starting to rotate through. And they're going to be finding each other as they move up.
Yeah, and Titan Gaming already looking to come back to base. And I'm saying come back to base because this zone does look to be one that they can play from that east. They do land towards that farm muta area, which means they're quite familiar with all of these vicinity. Hence why we see them heading back to that location. Blackhand still playing up on the north, Wavy Sports crashing those docks that we spoke about. And Vampires were able to make it into the eastern part of the circle. So it's nice to see that they and Wavy Sports were able to come to a virtual or to a mutual agreement as to how to make it into the circle.
Well, virtually a mutual agreement, right? That is what they've gone for right on that one. Meanwhile, there's now Vampires having quite a few stakes thrown in their direction as two players have already been knocked on down. That is T3S and Ninja. Oh, but look at Stop now, finding a little bit of damage onto its B6, but quick response coming through as Titans look to just tighten up that grip, and now they are going to take their aim as Stop and Savage are the only two players standing between them and full control of this eastern side.
Yeah, and you can just tell that Titan are in their zone. You can tell that this is their area. They know how to play it. You see them just moving around so flexibly, knowing where to throw the grenades, knowing how to send those throwables into the compound as they hesitate a little bit on the push. But I would still be expecting that full send going onto that compound, given that they know that it's probably just two players left.
Let's see a lot of smoke all over the place. Vampires trying to get the heck out of dodge, but are they going to be able to make it? Savage super low on that health bar, but it does seem to be smooth sailing, at least for the time being. But here we go, as Titans now need to focus their efforts back into that zone, not really losing sight of the Vampires just yet. But the Vampires could also come rolling through towards players there from the World of Battle. Meanwhile, Wave and Timeout just holding down on the southern edge. Players there from the side of the Mind Weapon not relinquishing control of Center Zone just yet.
Yeah, and I feel like they're waiting for all of these teams to get much more closer and much more confidence in the circle, and then they can start to exert their dominance and try to flex the position that they have currently in that circle. We do see this battle going up on that southern side as Timeouts now will be receiving third party from top of the hill, coming through by the side there of Vista Gaming, as Raad looking to hold a little bit of the Sharks out here.
Well, I mean, the Sharks could sometimes be a little bit shaky, a little bit dangerous, but for the time being, it seems like Raad don't have all too much to worry about because there's so many other opposing players moving in on this western front. We still now look as the players from CRYPTICS as well as Smash and Vista are yet to make their play. But here we go, CRYPTICS just now abandoning their compound as they have to move up. They do find Ilias out in the open. And a quick, fair, easy trade coming through on that front. Just lowering his account now for Smash. But Lazy Boy paying a little bit of a toll here as they are moving up with their vehicle. Rolex not looking too fantastic. And, well, they are just a few mere moments away from getting confirmed up.
Yeah, it's only a matter of time. This is a very tricky circle to play. If you do not have the cover, it becomes even harder. As we can see, the Mind Weapon would start to exert their dominance, or should start to exert their dominance anytime from now. The guys there on the south still looking quite alright, and I think it's just a situation of trying to clear out what is going on that south, so you give yourself a little bit of space heading into that next circle. But out here, we do see Titans wait for that full send onto the side of Virtual Gaming Squad. One shot tries to hold the defense as it's good to find one. Malek is out there trying to see if he can even the Tides a little bit as they're down to the final two. For Titan Gaming, they did get this one on point, get this one started quite alright. Grenades from Malek threatening the side here of Titans. Yet another one would be sent. That might be good for two, and indeed it is. Thick would be the last player left for the side here of Titans.
I mean, give Malek a DBS or some nades, and they just make some magic happen here. But it is going to be a full-on send coming through from RUKH as they look to contest that top story. But up comes the World of Battle as well, adding to the pressure. I'm not quite sure if RUKH's going to be able to smash this one out. And up comes the World of Battle. Hazem sends the nade, and that forces the Titan team now to find a next possible approach to take, as their numbers are super scary low. I mean, this is such a relentless push coming through here from the World of Battle.
Yep, they understood the situation and they've capitalized on it. One elimination coming through from the side of Virtual Gaming Squad. Malak, the last one left. He has to hold up on the side. Going up for the push up onto Mohammed. Here's the DBS shots and instantly realizes, now I have to behave. Molotov is not going to be good enough, but the side of the World of Battle will get that one. Someone's burning, but he does seem to be okay. Antique, he's got his own grenades. He's got his own Molotovs, but he's not quite sending it just there yet.
Ooh, but Teak does find a little bit of carnage with that molly that has been deployed. But Mohammed also not going to be looking to find that last bit of contention here. CRYPTICS, meanwhile, will get sent out in 12th place. But here we go. A full force of the World of Battle going up against the solo here of Teak, which will be the one to reign supreme. Will Teak be able to manage all four players now looking to just come knocking on the door? Of course, a huge barrage of utility available as the smokes get sent out, but we're not seeing any other, well, lethal utilities still being available. The rush is there, and down goes Teak as the World of Battle have their eyes set on target.
Yep. They definitely are playing this one very nicely on that northeastern edge, but as that fight finishes, the side there of Vampires ahead the shots. But Vampires, not enough HP to even take a glimpse of this fight. No meds on both players. They have to play this one as quietly as possible, but as we know, the tenacity that the side there of the World of Battle have been showing today, they're not going to be letting this player survive any second longer.
Let's see where it goes. Up comes the push. The World of Battle looking to start a little bit of a rampage. But will they be able to get the job done? I mean, we've got so many players still just up ahead of them. And we have a very risky play. I mean, Vampires just holding strong, still just managing that two-piece. We got stopped. Savage, but these health bars not looking adequate. And they don't seem to have any meds available, so they need to be very selective with what noise they make and when they make these noises.
And I think the side there of the World of Battle, it shouldn't take them any longer to figure out that these two players might actually just be chilling in that shack. A lot of smokes in play. You see them looking for those angles one after the other. The angles being held by Vampires, though, is very, very deadly. The grenade does get sent into the compound and that shack, and that is all is needed, as Vampires will find themselves back straight into the lobby. 7 eliminations up onto the side of the World of Battle, and I'm really hoping they're able to capitalize on this momentum that they're able to gather so far.
I mean, they are just riding on the momentum that they were able to establish earlier today, so let's see how far they'll be able to get this one to go. But of course, our predictions coming through. We've got timeouts there. We've got the players then also just wrapping in all over the place. Wave also being part of that prediction. So I'm curious to see how much of that is going to be true as we have timeout. Well, down to a two-piece, and Hazard and Miro now going to face off against Wave on the opposite end. Oh, the hits come through. And that is the end of the road as timeout, well, gets timed out.
Yeah, well, Wavy Sports carrying their teammates because they know that zone is about to get started. RUKH Sports still alive on that southwestern edge. And I'm really looking forward to seeing how well they can close up this game. 8 eliminations already up to their name, and you can tell they have so much information on the southern edge of the circle. Ra'ad to also still alive, and Petrox with the AMR putting in the work.
Oh, yes. You gotta love it. I mean, I've been waiting so long to see all these hits just connecting their way on through. But is there going to be more on the horizon now for Petrox to utilize that AMR and just, you know, upset a few people along the way? Mohammed and the rest of the players there from the World of Battle looking to maybe adopt that shooter split as they start to push forward. The Wave still holding on to a full 4-piece, waiting to see what RUKH is going to be doing. But Monster, yeah, must have made a mistake as they pushed up. But fortunately, the knock has sent through.
By 1 knock, so even make things better. But anyway, Wavy Sports able to survive that one at least a little bit, puts a little bit of shot into the bodies there for RUKH Sports, as they might just be looking to capitalize on this one. They get up into the vehicles and you see them already forming up, going for that full send, and they get to the vicinity. Monster score, grenade in hand. This man needs the squad, and he does look to want to exert his dominance and show his presence in the squad, as the side of RUKH Sports would be trying to get their HPs back up.
Let's see where they're going to be able to go. Will they get these players? RUKH now just waiting, trying to time these utils, sending it out, but a Wave keeping the pressure on. It is going to be a little bit of a back and forth. They like the shooter split, not sending all the chickens out to roost just yet. But RUKH trying to huddle up, trying to stay just out of reach. The utility in and really ruin their day. But now Wave also just playing such a cautious approach here.
Yeah, you just have to enjoy the confidence that is being shown by the side of RUKH Sports. They deploy a couple of smoke, try to draw closer to the side of Wavy Sports. We do see the Eugene swinging in from the side, but I think he might understand that there's a little bit of cover fire coming through from Wavy Sports. Hence why Wavy Sports are holding such a good position heading into this fight. Gaddafi trying to stay as quiet as Eugene still looking for that cover fire. Trying to take them down. One player comes in from the side. Auto shotty would fall him down. As Eugene now, they know he's on the side. The swing through might just come in from Gaddafi. His Monster still trying to hold his end. Wavy Sports keeping the advantage in this engagement. The blue zone does come through. Eugene will swing it from the side, but he's going to meet with the shotgun, the 12 gauge, to the face. It's Wavy Sports emerging the kings of the south, but now they have to move.
Yeah, but they need to be careful because that could be short-lived. Meanwhile, as we return to center zone, it is going to be the Mind Weapon and Black Hand trying to duke it out. Black Hand down to 2. Will that be sufficient? It is going to be Koa and Plaza. As we know, Koa, Plaza, 2 capable players. But the Mind Weapon, they look like they have their goals set, right? They want to maintain possession here. They're not going to be looking to relinquish this building just yet. But it's going to take a very hard push coming through from the side here of Black Hand to see whether or not they can actually get that job as utilities now get sent out. Black Lost also about to find themselves in a very, very threatening play, but after the nades, and it is done.
Done and dusted, as the Mind Weapon would clear out yet another strong compound for them to hold. The World of Battle, I was about to say, they're sitting on 9 elimination, but things do look to be crumbling for them as they're looking to get approached by the side there of Wavy Sports. And Petrox, he's been able to make it up to the top of the mast. This is a very strong position, to say the least, as he's got all eyes on the side of the World of Battle. Smoke's being deployed by Arthur, and he has to make sure to hold down the flag, waving it for his team.
Well, you got to see Petrox with these hits. We want to have those shots come through. Let that AMR loose. Let the shots can fly. And that is exactly what we see happening as the vehicle just goes up in smoke. And that is Petrox. Now just adding more eliminations to the mix. But it is down to our final 3. It is going to be Plaza and Petrox standing between the players from the Mind Weapon and that winner chicken dinner.
The Mind Weapon definitely are aware of that position coming through from Plaza. As Plaza just has to camp it out in that shack. They're up against 2 solos. The Mind Weapon able to keep their advantage. Petrox very low on HP. It's only a matter of time before that zone starts to push, but he takes some shots towards White Boy. Would be able to find him down. And now they know. They're waiting for him to peek his head out. Luciano's got all eyes on that position. And Plaza He's just reading the Q feed, watching this one happen. He's waiting. And Petrox, he has the most idea. He has to go downstairs now. He might spot the play. And you can tell Luciano just wants to take him out, and indeed he will. Revive will come through, and it's now down to the 4v1.
Yeah, I mean, if Plaza has ever been dealt a difficult hand, this is it, right? They find themselves now in a very tough position. Of course, the utility gets sent out, doesn't exactly make it through that narrow gap. Here we have it. They know indeed. Yes, sir. They're going to look to push out. The door gets opened up, and this is the cue now for the Mind Weapon to rush on forward. The utility now being sent out way more accurately, but I don't think Max is going to be looking to waste too much time as Plaza wants to put up a little bit of defense, but the jump shots are there. The DBS is about to find their entry point, and up comes the Mind Weapon knocking on the door. Plaza taking a little bit of damage, finding White Boy, but it's just around the end. Who's going to get it? Oh, there we go. The beautiful sprays coming through from Max to close it off and secure themselves that glorious winner chicken dinner.
Definitely well deserved by the side there of the Mind Weapon. I feel like they woke up a little late, but still they were able to get themselves quite a decent game in the books, and not just any kind of game, a back-to-back winner chicken dinner. And I'm looking at tomorrow's game. The Mind Weapon, would you be able to pull a triple on us? You know, get the first chicken dinner going into tomorrow's games.
I mean, it's going to be scary if we see even more teams starting to get on this trend, right? I mean, don't get me wrong, it is hella exciting to see what the kind of level of disruption these teams can bring out onto the battlefield. But if the Mind Weapon is able to pull off yet another chicken dinner in our first match tomorrow... Wait, first let's see, are they going to be playing tomorrow? I think that's going to be the most important question. Are they going to be playing... No, they're not playing tomorrow. They're not playing the first game, so the answer to that is no.
Well, at the end of the day, if we counted it for triple, so I believe I'm gonna count it for them regardless. But talk about a game and a half. I knew it was going to be a very tricky circle, and it did come down to the teams that were able to capitalize on that one. And I'm talking about likes of the World of Battle, Wave Esports, you know, even RUKH Esports. These were teams that were able to understand that this is one circle where looking for a strong position is pretty much a waste of time, especially given that there's only a few compounds. And you could see that rather than go for the good positions, all they did was decide to go for that frag, take out as many teams as possible. Hence why we saw that tenacity coming through from the side of the World of Battle.
I mean, if the momentum works, might as well just try and utilize it. But one thing that I'm actually quite curious to see is that Petrox wasn't looking to cause even more carnage from that elevated position that they had. I mean, it allowed them such a great vantage point to play from, but unfortunately it didn't seem like they had all that many meds to really utilize into those last few stages. So unfortunately the inevitable did happen. But of course, as we know, we're also then prepping ourselves to head into a few of those highlights. So let's take a quick look at those. I mean, Luciano just showing some phenomenal accuracy at that increased range. So what a beautiful way that was to take down Petrox. At least we did have a vehicle explosion coming through from the AMR. So, you know, still a happy DK over in this corner. But I got to say, Crowns, I mean, today, yet again, proving to be a very exciting day.
Yeah, explosive days is what we want to see coming through from all of these teams. And we do say the first day of the phase would always dictate and set that pace as to how we want to play the rest of the phase. And I think today being that day, we kind of see how, you know, this new group shuffle is actually played to, you know, the way the teams are actually going to, you know, finish the phase. So yeah, I'm vibing with what I'm seeing so far.
Well, of course, now let's vibe over into those match rankings to see how many points these teams were able to secure. And of course, the answer to that is the Mind Weapon, picking up 16 total points. The World of Battle picking up 11 eliminations alongside their 4 placement points. Well, culminating in 15 total. But look at this, the top 5, right, all sitting on those double digits.
Yeah, and like I said, this was a zone where they knew there is no point trying to play for positioning. Just let us try and get as many elims as we can before we go out. And the World of Battle did that very well. Titan Gaming 8 elimination, RUKH Esports 9 elimination, Wave Esports 9 eliminations. And you can just tell that all of these teams knew that eliminations were really what they had to gun for. And you can already see that the total points being gathered already trickles down to 2, even from just the first page.
Yep. So I don't think it's going to be all too big of a surprise to see what that second page holds. As yeah, as you said, rightly so. GREEDYFORKILLS sitting in 8th place with 2. Well, actually,
Hey,
yeah,
not too
it's not.
bad.
Yeah, not so bad.
Not actually so bad at all. Seeing that, we have about 3 teams here getting only 2 teams going to the donut shop, and I think we did not see one too many teams go to the donut shop today. So that means donut shop kind of losing a little bit of customers, which we love. Blackjack Esports will be going to that donut shop today. CRYPTICS Esports, CRYPTICS actually we didn't see them hold up in this last few games like we wanted them to, but this time only 1 point, maybe not the best.
Yeah, I guess it's not, it's definitely not the best day coming through for CRYPTICS, but at some point the team, a team needs to have a bit of an off day and just come back even stronger. I mean, it's not the worst day that we've seen, right? CRYPTICS, in perspective to their other performances, still bringing in a decent play here. So, one match will allow 1 point to be sent towards them. But speaking about all our match ranking points, right, we also then need to take a bit of a look and see how that then impacts our weekly points, right? What these teams are currently sitting on and who are our current leaders off the back of, well, the 4 games that they were able to play.
Yeah, I think the closest team to actually overtake this idea of Triple Esports was Blackjack Esports, and I don't think Blackjack Esports got enough points to even close that gap, or at least that much, towards this idea of Triple Esports. But the World of Battle, able to make it a second place, no chicken dinners.
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, that is quite the improvement that we've seen, right? I mean, to put it into perspective, the World of Battle in the first phase only picked up 28 points on the first day, and that is they got more in eliminations today than what they got in the totality of their performance from the first day in phase 1.
Yeah, and seeing the World of Battle put points up on the board today is just nice, because I feel like, just like RUKH Sport did last week, you want to put yourself in a good position whereby if you're going to have not too good days later on in the phase, you still have a very good position, right? The World of Battle being in second place right now just means tomorrow they have to pull up a GREEDYFORKILLS in phase 1, where they were actually putting up points in every single game.
Yeah, I mean, I have to agree with you on that. We need to see a more consistent coming through. But I mean, speaking about consistent push and improvements, if we look back to phase 1, Blackjack, they only secured 6 points on their first day. Here, they secured 31 points, right? That is phenomenal. That is 5 times more than what they got in their first phase of action. So, already we can see teams starting to find that added momentum, really looking to push it as far as they can. Even lag improved. They went from 16 points on day 1 to 24 points on day 1 in phase 2.
Yeah, and you were seeing about 15 points lead between first place and second place right now. Going into tomorrow's games, Triple Esports currently have no chicken dinners, and we know that Triple Esports, when they start playing well, we know that one thing they start to look for would be that winner chicken dinner. I'm looking forward to seeing what they can show us going into tomorrow's games. And on to this next page is where we start to see a little bit of things that we may or may not like. And I'm going to start with the side there of Black Hand, because 11th position, 19 points today. This is not the Black Hand that we know.
Well, yes. It's not exactly the Black Hand that we know, but day 1, they got 22 points. So it's only 3 points difference. So it's not too much of an offset as to what we have seen from them before. But we know that they showed that capability moving into day number 2. So maybe day number 7 is going to be that day where we see the return of Black Hand just bouncing back up, looking to bring in that added aggression, looking to double down on all their additional points. But, I mean, we have improvements coming in. We've got some teams not necessarily performing to the same level. But with regards to improvements, MEA Esports, Last week,
Yep.
7 points. Today, 13 points. So just 1 point shy of doubling the efforts from day one.
And I hope they can more than double the efforts going into tomorrow's games, right? I do not want to flatter them too much because right now this is a good way to start the week, and I'm really hoping they continue to stay as close to that top 12 as possible so they can continue to play well. But I've got to talk about RUKH Esports. Going into today, they're able to gather 22 points coming through into this first day, and I'm really hoping they do not fall off like we saw them do last week. Today we're already seeing it coming through for them that they decided to capitalize so much on position rather than elims, because we see them being like the odd one out here, holding only 9 eliminations out of their 22 points. So tomorrow we want to see them put more eliminations up on board and maintain their position at least in this top 10.
I mean, they're very consistent with regards to their placement from day 5 that we saw, right? 13 points today. They got 14 points in day 5. But now let's venture over to that second page to see what is going to be cooking on that front and who we have over here. Of course, it is going to be VISTA, URUS, Vampires again, and then TIMEOUT.
Again. And at this point, it's getting painful, especially for Vampires, because I don't seem to know what went wrong. Last week, we knew it was all because of the amount of hot drops they found themselves in. But this week, they're not quite seeming to get it done like they would or they need to, right? And even before we came here in 16th place, seeing Arab Golden were able to get 33 points last week on day 1. And now this day, they're not having as much points as possible. That's not something that I really enjoy seeing. URUS Esports was a team that I was looking forward to seeing going into today's game, given that closing the phase last week, they did seem to have something promising going on. But unfortunately, today they're not quite able to bring that standout performance that we wanted.
Yeah, so it definitely is going to mean that there will be a lot more focus having to be put in by VISTA, URUS, Vampires, and TIMEOUT for the remainder of this phase. If they are looking to improve their standings with regards to the grand total, because this is definitely not the kind of start that you want to get to the week. And, well, they still are in a position where they can look to rectify these points. So I'm curious to see what their approach is going to be moving into the games tomorrow, right? They really have to do quite a bit of work to fix this whole situation.
And if we're a team that actually needs to do the most work tomorrow would be TIMEOUT Clan, because they've come today, played 4 games, and they were only able to get 1 point. 1 point. That is nothing to write them about. I can't even do an average on that, and I feel like TIMEOUT Clan, they probably have to go back to the drawing board, try to figure out what they did wrong today, work on that, understand the way the teams are, because I would give them the benefit of the day. For teams that have not done too well today, I'll be like, oh, it's because the groups got shuffled. So they probably did not understand how the plays might be. But today you have a glimpse. You have an idea of how these teams are going to play. And I really hope to see you actually put that into your gameplay tomorrow.
Well, as we know, the litmus test is done, right? The teams now have had the opportunity to assess what is going to be expected from them for this phase. So I want to see how the teams are going to be looking to adapt to that, right? Will they be able to bounce up enough to bring in the necessary adjustment and changes to bring it to where they need those points to be? But of course, there's only one way for us to find out. We need to get into that day number 2. So with that being said, we'd like to thank all of you for joining us out here in our first day of phase number 2. We look forward to seeing you all back again tomorrow as we continue with a new map rotation coming through for our teams here. But, of course, even more PUBG Mobile action. So be sure to stay fresh, be sure to stay frosty, and we'll see you all back again tomorrow.